afternoon and welcome along to a very special afternoon of FIFA 22 action. We present to you the UEFA Champions League Challenge Finals, of course presented by PlayStation Tournaments and on FIFA 22. My name is Brandon Smith, as you may have seen, and that man next to me is Richard Buckley. We're fresh off the plane from Stockholm. We were commentating the E-Champions League yesterday in Sweden. We're back home in England. We're not in Paris today, unfortunately, but regardless, we're going to be building up what's going to be an exciting game of football tonight between Real Madrid and Liverpool. But before that, we need to simulate it a few times on the virtual pitch.
We certainly do. I mean, what was it? Less than 24 hours ago, we were watching the E-Champions League final. Today, right now, we're going to be watching the UEFA Champions League Challenge, and in 7 hours' time, we're going to be watching the real Champions League final on the pitch at the Stade de France between Liverpool and Real Madrid. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon of entertainment. We've got prizes, we've got prize money as well to be giving out to some of our competitors. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top and who's it going to be maybe edging some of these matches. Will it be Liverpool or will it be Real Madrid? Also, for everyone watching at home, whatever platform you're on, lots of discussion about the Champions League, about the match tonight. We want to see your previews, your predictions, and maybe where the game is going to be won and lost.
No, absolutely. Again, we want to talk football, Champions League, but more importantly, FIFA. We've got three exciting finals coming your way today between three different regions: Middle East, South America, and cannot forget Europe will be our last one of today. They're playing for PlayStation 5s, cash, and a lot of pride along that. Let's check out the format of today's bracket and tournament. There has been loads, and I mean loads, of open qualifiers in the build-up to get to this stage for our grand finals. If you haven't already realised, there's loads of tournaments offered via the PlayStation Tournaments tab, and those have followed basically the Champions League on the build-up to the final. So that's been, for example, Villarreal against Liverpool. You can use either one of those teams and play in a FIFA tournament, or use Man City and Real Madrid in head-to-head mode and basically qualify yourself for tournaments such as today. We are here for the finals, as we said. The players have been playing since the early hours of this morning, depending on where they are in the world, and they've been playing from the round of 16 to the grand final, which is being held for us to commentate on live on this live stream now. All the games will be best of three, no aggregate scoreline, no away goals, best of three. Potentially, we might need to go to a third game a few times today, Richard.
Yeah, we certainly will. You know the format. Well, let's have a look at what they will be playing for, because as I said, there is prize money to be given out for the two finals that we've already got set in stone. That's going to be Latin America and also in Middle East. We know that both of those competitors will be walking away with the minimum of 500 euros. However, they will be competing for a PlayStation 5 to go on top of their prize earnings. For Europe, we're going to be joining that tournament section of the broadcast in the semi-final stages, so there may be a little bit more emphasis on the prize money when we get to Europe at the end of today. But it's incredible for anybody who has finished in that top 16. You're going to be taking home minimum of 50 euros for our finalists that we've already got confirmed. 500 euros. You're already winning just by signing up and getting involved here at the UEFA Champions League Challenge. Incredible prize pool across the board.
Yeah, absolutely, Rich. And as you said, those prize payouts will relate to the country's currency, depending on where they are in the world. We have to keep talking about it as well. We have to look at this bracket as our first one. We've got an action-packed day, as we said, of FIFA 22 tournament action coming your way. We kick off with the Middle East first and foremost, and we've got two players here that have battled it through online qualifiers and around the 16 bracket today. It is TH Maestro against N TikTok. We hope he's got a TikTok account somewhere in the world. It's a player from Oman up against a Saudi Arabian in N TikTok. They both had a very difficult run in the bracket to get here, Rich, but regardless of that, no matter how they won, whether it was a 5-4, a 1-0 or a 2-1, they've done enough to guarantee themselves in a grand final alongside picking up some decent cash.
And a slightly different format as well from the previous rounds to this grand final right now, because you can see they were winning 1-0. That is the best of three scoreline. They were only playing best of ones. It was a one and done. You win your game, you go through. Now we're switching up the format slightly for the competitors. It's going to be best of three, so you've got a little bit longer maybe to settle into the final. If nerves are affecting your performance, you're not going to be dead and buried after 30, 45 minutes. You've got a little bit more time to settle into the game, to calm yourself, and then potentially win that second and third match and turn around the grand final.
Oh, absolutely. As we said, there is a lot to talk about and a lot to break down today. And if you are sitting there thinking, you know what, I'd love to be involved in FIFA tournaments such as this, where I could win cash and maybe a PlayStation 5 if I'm lucky enough, or get involved down below. Compete.playstation.com literally is the hub for daily, weekly, monthly FIFA tournaments for players of all skill levels. These players we are commentating on today are not FIFA pros. They might fancy themselves as FIFA pros, but we can assure you from our time in the FIFA scene, none of these players have been sort of at those big tournaments, so to speak. These are players up and coming, looking to compete, looking to play for some cash, and hey, get involved. You never know how far you could get in one of these tournaments. We've hosted one of them ourselves in the UK, and trust me, again, the quality of player is so mixed, the skill levels are so mixed, there's such an opportunity to get involved for all players.
Yeah, there's tournaments of all skill levels. There's also the brand new FIFA 22 Plus Challenge that has just gone up very recently on the competition centre. So if you want to get involved with that as well, competing for prize money, maybe a PS5, and some of the biggest content creators as well on the planet when it comes to FIFA, getting involved in that tournament also. Make sure you get signed up, you get involved, and you know the place to do it. Compete.playstation.com. It's super simple. You sign up, you link your accounts, and then that's it. You can scroll through the website. You can see what tournaments take your fancy. There's so many tournaments daily, weekly, monthly, that you can pick and choose where you want to play. You can play in the Champions League tournaments if you want to. You can play in the domestic sort of country tournaments. We did the UK Challenge. There's European tournaments. It's really a global platform across the PlayStation, and so many good chances and opportunities to not only earn some prize money, but also get your name out there as well. If you're wanting to turn into a professional FIFA player, or any game for that matter, there's numerous different titles on the PlayStation Competition Centre. An opportunity to get your name out there, get some reps in there, and potentially pick up some prize money and trophies along the way.
Oh, absolutely. As we said, do get involved. Compete.playstation.com if you wish to challenge yourself against some of the best players in the world. Again, this tournament's really exciting today for those that have just joined us. This is the UEFA Champions League Challenge. If you don't know what the format is here, what PlayStation have done really well is, as we're heading into the knockout rounds from round the 16 onwards, they've been running tournaments basically for each fixture. So, for example, in this tournament, you can either be Liverpool or Real Madrid. It's basically focusing on the final. The same happened with the semi-finals with the likes of Villarreal and Liverpool. You could play as one of those two teams. And then obviously Manchester City against Real Madrid. So it does add a little bit of interest into it. It's not Ultimate Team as many will probably expect and like to be playing, Rich, but it's a bit different, and at the end of the day, it's exciting to see. It follows the real-world football.
Yeah, absolutely. We're replicating what's happening on the real pitch, and look, Real Madrid have been the side to watch in the Champions League this year, so if we can get even 10% of the drama that they've been putting out on the pitch, when you look at the match against PSG, Manchester City, and also Chelsea, I think we'll be in for a very, very good performance. How it's going to run: one of the competitors is going to play as Real Madrid. The other competitor will play as Liverpool. That's going to be the same throughout the entirety of the afternoon. It's going to be on 90 rated head-to-head, we believe, on FIFA. So all the players on the team are going to be the same rating, meaning that sort of the attributes, you would probably say maybe Liverpool have got a slightly better team when it comes to the FIFA ability rather than Real Madrid. It's going to be a level playing field, so there's no favouritism in the team selection. It's all about what you do with the players at your disposal.
No, absolutely. As you said, it's not really too much to break down, if we're being completely honest. All players are the same rating. If you don't know what 90 rated mode is, or 85 rated mode of pastimes, it basically means that every player on the pitch is at an equal stat. So we're looking at the small intricacies of height, and that's pretty much about it, to be honest. So expect to see maybe some of those Liverpool youngsters or Real Madrid youngsters to come into the fray of things if they have got some decent pace on them. This is our first game of today, as we said. It's coming from the Middle East. A player from Oman and a player from Saudi Arabia. TH Maestro against TikTok. Interesting fact, they did play just a week or so ago. I think they matched on the 8th of May, 20 days before this tournament, where TikTok won 5-3. That was a best of one, though. As we know, this is a best of 3. So there is a story to tell there, and maybe a bit of revenge to come in this game. And it'll be the best possible time to get revenge, if all, during a grand final.
Yeah, it certainly would. They often say, when you sort of look at FIFA esports, and even in real life football as well, whoever wins the first time, typically that result gets turned around for the second time they match up. So we'll have to wait and see. I think the confidence you'd probably put towards the competitor who won that first matchup. I think I've done it before. All I need to do is just win again. And also, you give yourself that advantage going into the second match of the best of 3, knowing that all I need to do is just wrap it up here. I can get this over and done with. I can relax for the remainder of the afternoon before the Champions League final and kick my feet up and know that, you know what, I've got 500 euros guaranteed and also a PS5 on its way. So there's an advantage certainly to winning that first game of the best of 3.
Oh, there absolutely is indeed. We'll get a bit more information on those players as well, head-to-head, who have had a very different and difficult run from the round of 16 to get to where they are, as we said right now. The game is going to be coming live as well, best of 3 between these two. We'll look towards the Twitch, the YouTube, the Facebook chats. Let us know your predictions of tonight's final. We'll come and speak to you as much as we can today in terms of what will be happening in tonight's final. Who are you backing? Who do you think will come out on top? Have your say. Let us know in the chat, and we'll hopefully be able to get a few good discussions from you now. We spoke about hearing a bit more about our players. Well, let's have a look at the individual stats of these two. First is TH Maestro. Of course, goes by the name of Ammar Al-Rizi, 19 years of age from Oman. You can find his Twitch channel there, Twitch TV/TH_Maestro. If you want to have a little watch of him and see how he gets on outside of tournaments such as this one, do go and drop him a follow. On the flip side, he does take on TikTok, a player that has already beaten him previously in a best of 1, 5 goals to 3, just 20 days or so ago, and it'll be interesting to see if he can get that all-important revenge.
Yeah, it certainly will. We know what Maestro is all about. On the other side, TikTok, I should call him. 27 years of age, from Saudi Arabia, slightly older than his adversary, 8 years separating these two in age. Will that potentially play a factor on the pitch? We'll have to wait and see, but just for getting to this grand final, you know that they're certainly able and ability-wise will not be lacking one bit when it comes to on the pitch.
No, absolutely, as we said. This is our first grand finals coming from Middle East. TH Maestro against TikTok here. We called up for some predictions. We'll have a look in the chat to see what is being said between these two. A lot of Liverpool fans saying 2-1. Real Madrid have said 2-1 as well. There's loads of different conversations and scorelines already taking place. Those coming through the Facebook chat. We have a poll as well, I believe,
we do,
taking place at this moment in time. You can vote in the Twitch chat of PlayStation for which way you think this result is going to go. If you are a fan of either player, do let your voice be heard in the chat, and hopefully they'll be popping in and out the stream to see how they are being backed. But get your vote in the chat. Who do you think will come out on top? Do you think we might go to a third game, Richard? It's our first best of 3, or is it going to be over in 2? It'll be a...
It's hard to predict for the simple fact that we don't know the mental edge potentially that could one player settle a lot quicker. You take that first game away, and even though it's a best of 3, it's still a one leg. So the first 45 minutes, the first 60 minutes of the game is really, really impactful. If you've got a lead going into that final 20, 30 minutes, it's not impossible for your opponent to turn it around, but it's very hard because they have to push more bodies forward. They have to press. They've got to be more aggressive. And it's so easy just to pick them off. Through ball down the line, keep possession, hit over the top through ball, and just sort of play the game to your advantage. If we 0-0 or a score draw going into that final 15, 20 minutes, that's where it gets a little bit nervy because then you're thinking, do I want to try and go for this? Do I want to hold off? Do I want to maybe look at extra time? They're the internal battles that the competitors will be having.
And also, let's not forget, we have to find a winner from every single matchup. So at times, we might need extra time, we might need penalties. All will be, I'm sure, used here on the virtual pitch. Who knows, tonight's final might even need extra time and penalties. It certainly would give us a bit of drama that we would love to see here in the Champions League final. We hear that the players are loading into this game as we speak right now between TH Maestro and TikTok. Best of 3 ahead of us. Winner gets a PlayStation 5. Do not forget that. And that 500 euros in cash. It looks like it's going to be Real Madrid, as we said, used on the side of Maestro, and TikTok using Liverpool there. We'll speak more about it as we get into the game to see how both of these two teams will line up. But I'm going to guess everyone's going to have their own spin on it, to be honest, Richard, whether in Middle East, whether in South America, or whether in Europe. But there's going to be that solid frame to the team that involves height. Joel Matip, probably Virgil van Dijk in there too. We can see the team being built now of Liverpool, as we spoke about Ham for them. No Matip. It's going to be Bradley. Looks like a centre-back that's coming into play.
Yeah, you see Salah and Mane up top, Curtis Jones, Fabinho in the middle of the pitch, Diaz as the wide left mid there. Back four is relatively familiar, other than Bradley, but it's a solid team. I believe that's Connor Bradley, very very young player actually, just 18 years of age. In the starting 11 on the Real Madrid side of it, a bit more familiar for the Madristas. Casemiro, Modric, Holding. No Karim Benzema, which I'm sure will not be seen tonight. Speaking of Karim Benzema, Jack AFC 14 in the chat. If Real Madrid win the Champions League, will Benzema win the Ballon d'Or? Or do you think he's got the Ballon d'Or wrapped up, even if not? Question for yourself and everybody watching.
He's been Mr. Clutch, isn't he, in the Champions League? Scoring some unbelievable goals. It must be said as well for the audience that are watching home, I believe in the 90 rated of FIFA, every player has its own stats. For example, left backs have their own pace that all full-backs have. Centre backs have their own pace stat. Wingers have their own pace stat compared to strikers. Is that an argument why we might be seeing Vinicius starting as an out-and-out striker?
Yeah, that's why we got no strikers. Bale, 5-star skill moves. I think all wingers have got 5-star skill moves, hence why we're seeing that position dominate in that area of the pitch. Interesting, no Joel Matip though. I thought we might have seen him with how tall he is and centre backs.
It might just be the height.
Yeah, he's a big lad, Joel Matip.
So on the flip side, as you can see, Adam Militao at the back had an unbelievable recent team of the season card just last week or so. Thibaut Courtois in there as well. A handful of Madrid players in that La Liga team of the season. It looks like we are getting there in a tactical aspect, and we should be jumping into this game very, very soon indeed. This is the UEFA Champions League Challenge finals presented by PlayStation Tournaments. We are kicking off with a best of three here from the Middle East between these two players. TH Maestro and N TikTok, do stay with us. We're going to be looking at a lot of Liverpool, Real Madrid situations today on the virtual pitch of FIFA 22 before the big final kicks off. It's the first game of three. We might need two. We might need three. Let's jump into the game as we speak right now. As we said, Liverpool being in control by N TikTok and TH Maestro using Real Madrid. So I can't imagine the scenes over in Paris at the moment. We were lucky enough to be at a Champions League final where Liverpool did play in, Richard. It was a few years ago in Madrid at the Estadio Metropolitano when they beat Spurs in what was probably the most exciting Champions League finals. But regardless of it, it was an incredible sporting event, an unbelievable evening that we were lucky enough to be at and just experience.
Yeah, absolutely. It was an opportunity that we were very thankful for, to be able to be invited over there. The Champions League final. Liverpool was successful in 2019 at the Wanda Metropolitano, the home of Atletico Madrid, but it was two English sides who took to the stage.
As we said, these two have played just a few weeks ago. Here comes first chance off the game. It's N TikTok building nicely with Liverpool player Sadio Mane will try and get us underway just wide off that left-hand post of Courtois, who will be as vital as ever tonight in Paris alongside, no doubt, Sadio Mane, who's got an unbelievable Champions League in-game item, a player that we commentated on quite a lot this weekend in Stockholm, Sweden. 96 overall he's been able to grow himself to via the Champions League to the final promotion. Good feat from Vinicius, who will look to be trying to inject that pace into this Real Madrid attacking side of the way that they're going to be looking to play in this final.
I did see a few reports circulating around the potential team news and lineups for a Champions League final. Kicks off in what? Just under 6.5 hours.
Really nice. Liverpool still on that hunt for their first goal. We'll talk more about Champions League and team news after the attack does come in. Very patient in the build-up here from TikTok. He said he's already had Maestro's number, beating him 5-3 in a match up on the build-up to this. Nicely done, back to goal. Little skill move or two. Could be a chance for the first goal. There it is. 90 minutes is all it's taken for Gordon, of all players, to step up and score for Liverpool.
Kylie Gordon, up-and-coming young player from Liverpool. And again, the reason he's used, because he's a winger, got that 5-star skill moves in the 90 rated game mode. Great finish as well. Don't know if he'll be involved tonight though, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry Liverpool fans, I don't think he will be. In the starting 11, Real Madrid looking for the ultimate reply. Surely the pass is on. There's the cutback. What a save! What a save it was indeed.
Can expect a lot of Alisson tonight. Both goalkeepers, I think, are going to be outstanding. Love a little cutback. Just about got something on it.
Still could be alive. Madrid building nicely. Here's TH Maestro. There's his goal. An equaliser. Didn't take so long for him to find. And just like that, he's back in the tie.
Really, really good finish, wasn't it? Gareth Bale creating it. Vinicius Jr. to slot it past the goalkeeper. A little bit of goalkeeper movement. He moved him across to the near post. The patience and the composure just to spot that goalkeeper movement and slide it in the other side from Vinicius Jr.
Salah will have an impact tonight, no doubt. Champions League final is called on the goal scorer. We said in FIFA 22 might feature in this one because we are playing a 90 rated game. A pass to forget about. Back from Bradley that I'm sure Joel Matip may not have made the same mistake there. Be curious to see how these teams are different from region to region. As we said, we're covering Middle East, South America, and then last but not least we'll go to Europe to conclude our Champions League challenge. Sadio Mane, good feet, little ball roll scoop turn, tries his best to cut it back, can't do what he was looking for.
A little bit risky out the back from Thibaut Courtois to roll it clear. Sadio Mane starting to get a few more touches. Moving forward as well is the Senegalese forward. It's been instrumental in Liverpool's success over the last, you would say, half a decade, really. That they've been rampant at the very top level. These two sides did match in the Champions League final. It's a rematch from 2018 where we'll never forget the goal that Gareth Bale scored that night. Overhead kick, maybe one of the greatest goals ever to be scored on the Champions League final stage. They want revenge though this time around, do Liverpool. Diaz slides it into Mane, great finish. Just on the stroke of half-time, bigging him up, saying how important he is to this red side. And a great finish from Sadio Mane.
Let's be honest, it's the perfect time to score the goal as well, Richard. On the stroke of half-time, it's another big goal from TikTok. He went 1-0 up early in the game with Gordon, able to find the smallest of leads. here at half-time. A little look again at his team. He's got a couple of game plans teed up that he might fall back into later into the game. One of those being a 4-4-2 if he needs to use it.
I just saw a glimpse of the 4-3-2-1 formation that he's currently in. Left forward and the right forward. Looking to create overlaps, looking to create space down the flanks and maybe try and penetrate in behind. That's exactly where Mane got that goal from. Just the little offload pass from striker to left forward.
Probably goes without saying, Richard, but what are some of the biggest differences for these players that find themselves playing head-to-head FIFA and different and difficult game mode of FIFA 22, where it's pretty much an even playing field? It's the smallest, and I mean the smallest of margins and mistakes and skills that really will pay and be the main differences here that we're going to see across 3 different regional finals today.
I think we'll see similar-ish formations, I would say, across the board. A 4-3-2-1 probably going to be prevalent, especially with the wing play being so important. We're not maybe going to see a 3-back because the centre-backs do lack a little bit of pace, but also we're not playing on FIFA 21 anymore where you can put Andy Robertson at centre-back and expect to see results. So I think the formations that we're going to see are going to be pretty standard, to be honest. I don't think we're going to see too much outside the box.
We saw a little bit of the game plans that we could be seeing here today. These UEFA Champions League Challenge finals. If you have just tuned in, this is our first opening matchup in the Middle East. 2 players, one representing Oman of TH Maestro, who is currently 2-1 down, controlling Real Madrid and looking for perfect build-up back into this game. Asensio tries his best to outsmart Andy Robertson, but unfortunately might have to deal with this counter-attack instead. It's Diaz. Certainly has hit the ground running since he signed to Liverpool. Back to Sadio Mane, looking for goal number 3. Mane steal, little ball roll, scoop, turn. He can't find the perfect exit that he was looking for with the original shot of Eder Militao. Just standing in the way. And that one being quite an adventurous ball to Rodrigo. Brazilian winger certainly has got the pace, but that one was just a bit too much.
Yeah, pace is one of his main assets, really. The ability to knock the ball and have the better of the majority of fullbacks in world football, you would say. Rodrigo. Really quick, athletic, powerful winger. End product potentially could be improved slightly, but I mean, he was outstanding against Manchester City when he came off the bench.
This is nice. Just couldn't find the extra pass there, could Mane, but you have to speak about it. Real Madrid have done a great job of just sort of nurturing that Brazilian talent, the likes of Vinicius and Rodrigo. Chance for Bale. He's got around the goalkeeper and he's found his way back into the tie. That's what he'll do for you. Not just offering you 6-foot+ frame, but just that added pace to pull away from the defender. A little simple. Well, he made it look simple. Fake shot away from the goalkeeper. And just like that, we're back all square at 2-2.
Probably getting the best version of Gareth Bale, I'll be honest, in this 90 rated game mode, because he gets the 5-star skill upgrade as a wide player. Just sort of in the perfect scenario, Gareth Bale. Great finish as well, keeping his composure. Accelerated fake shot round the goalkeeper and made it look quite simple. Eden Hazard looks like he could be potentially coming on there alongside Toni Kroos. Jordan Henderson, captain, fantastic, on for Liverpool as well, for Fabinho.
As we said, keep in mind this is 90 rated mode in FIFA 22, where all players are the same rated in-game, hence why you are seeing maybe the standard Real Madrid or Liverpool lineup that you may be used to seeing when you play against your mates in kickoff mode. Minutes left to play here in our first game. Are we going to be needing the help of extra time or maybe penalties to the side? Who gets the first point on the board? They've been used to best of one matches throughout this journey, it certainly does change a little bit here, Richard, that you get a second life, if all.
Yeah, you get that opportunity to be able to sort of recompose yourself and go again.
Maybe not to have the best of starts, but absolutely you can bounce back and still find a way to winning. Bale, that's a gift. That's an absolute gift. You can't give that man a sniff in the box because he will punish you every single time. Bale bags a brace, and he might have just bagged the winner.
Capitalising on the poor touch at the back, Gareth Bale. Off Bradley. Couldn't keep the ball anywhere. Really as tight to his body as he wanted. Gareth Bale, like a fox in the box. And a good finish as well from the Welshman.
Ball just sort of popped up to him, didn't it? Perfectly. He was able just to pull away from the defender, as you said, Bradley. It was not the touch to remember for the youngster of Liverpool. Next thing you know, from being up on 2 different occasions, and TikTok is down for the first time in this game. And if anything, just a bit of game management we can see it from TH Maestro. And it won't mean that he is the champion here in this UEFA Champions League FIFA 22 challenge, but it will certainly give him a point on the board in this best of 3. Vinicius tries his best to find Toni Kroos. He's not playing games. He wants to find a 4th goal to cement the job. It still might not be done, though. Mane, look at the time he's got. Maybe too much time. He spent too long deciding which way he wanted to go, and credit where it's due defensively.
The question is, will that be all she wrote? Will Real Madrid be taking that 1-goal advantage? That 1-point advantage going into the second match in this potential best of 3.
Look at the press he's up against, all the red shirts, just piling pressure. 89 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a pause for end TikTok. He's going to jump into his tactics now, and as you can probably guess, constant press is on. A 3 at the back is going to be teed up, and it's going to be, look, we've got maybe one good chance left that we can make this happen from a throw-in that he has got. Bring on some fresh legs. The likes of Jota could come on. Firmino, if he has got the extra sub. He's only got 1 sub. He chooses to bring on Thiago, another centre midfielder alongside Jota. That's his 3 substitutions made, but it's going to need the perfect of all attacks, Rich, if there is a chance to send this into extra time.
Yeah, it's going to be, I don't want to say a miracle, but it needs to be perfect. If Liverpool have got any hope of forcing extra time, maybe even a penalty shootout, get those subs on. Hold on.
Could be a chance! Oh my! We said the last kick of the game would be everything. And so it was. Wowee! It has happened, it will happen, and we are off to extra time. We said we'd go there a few times today.
Diaz, he's picked the ball up, maybe 30, 40 yards out, and just drove at the heart of that defence. Penetrating the back 4 and then cutting it back to Sadio Mane to slot in.
Well. 4 shots to 4. It's been a very even game, this, here in the Middle East. Because of the online friendly mode, it doesn't go into extra time straight away, which does keep us guessing. Golden goal.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if there's a potential to even do extra time on the online friendlies. It might have to be potentially a golden goal scenario. We'll wait and see to find out how this game will be finalised. But what a way to get an equaliser. Right on the stroke of the end of the game. You get a throw-in out of nothing. Penetrate through that defence. There wasn't a tackle near him. No one really put a foot in. Just drove and drove and drove all the way to the byline. Simple cutback for Sadio Mane, who did finish into the back of the net. Was that a hat-trick for Mane as well? I know he scored the second. He got the third. I can't seem to remember who scored the first, but definitely a brace for Sadio Mane. Really good performance from Liverpool to show some fight at the end of the game.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of those replays from that game, Rich. It was our opening game here of today's broadcast. It was a game that certainly delivered everything to us. 6 goals we saw. Let's see who got the goals. I don't think it was. It was the first goal was scored by Gordon, I believe, actually. If we're going to see it again now.
Yes,
Mane obviously was involved in the attack. He lays it when he finds the right pass. Back to Fabinho. Mane again. Salah. There's Gordon, as we said, the youngster of Liverpool, who was just about able to just pull away there, find the cutback and the bottom corner to make it 1-0. There was then a bounce back. Instantly, Gareth Bale becomes the provider on this occasion into Vinicius Jr., out to Rodrigo, and there was another cutback available there, which was a great block in the end, and still, it just showed the warning signs of what is still to come from TH Maestro. He was never out of this game.
He was never out of the game. He was always in it. He was always trying to fight back, and I think the back and forth match really just went to show potentially an indication of what we might see tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Do you think we're going to see that a lot as well, Rich, from these two teams? Do you think it will be the standout of Bale in this tournament, popping up and being the main goal scorer for one team, and do you think it's always going to be Mane on the flip side? Or
I don't think it will always be Mane. I think it could be Mane or Salah, but I think Bale will be the main man for Real Madrid for the simple fact that he's so strong physically, strong with his height, with his aerial ability, but also the 90 rated game mode. It gives him such a boost. And what is it? He comes out normally as an 82, Gareth Bale, so he's up to a 90 in this particular game mode. And then you also have the ability of the 5-star skills, the improved weak foot as well. He starts to put together a really, really solid striker option for you in Gareth Bale.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I've just heard confirmation that it's golden goal we will be seeing across all of the games today. Obviously, did forget that we are playing head-to-head where there isn't that mode of the option to go into extra time. It always ends as a draw. So golden goal will be needed in our first game to find out the first winner in this best-of-3 between these two players from the Middle East. And then we'll move in to game 2, which does throw fire into this game ever so slightly, Richard, because it means that how do you approach golden goal? There's always a different answer to this. You either go full guns blazing and attack, or you play really sort of, okay, I don't want to make a single mistake here, and you slowly work your way into the game, because naturally one mistake costs you the game, and next thing you know, you're on the back foot in a best-of-3.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think we'll see an aggressive golden goal period. I think it's going to be quite just try and snatch the goal, just try and snatch an opportunity, get a chance, and take the game, really, because the longer that it goes on, the more fatigue as well could potentially play a factor. We are going to be playing minimum 2 full matches, no matter what. But so there's certainly an element of fatigue in this golden goal period, because if no one scores, we'll go again in golden goal. And we'll go again until we find a goal to separate these two.
But just take a minute as well for those that are watching at home from all around the world. Just the intricacies and the smallest of changes you see in here from these two players. It might not be Ultimate Team and it might be head-to-head, but still, everything they are doing to set these teams up in the most perfect of ways with game plans, instructions, formations. Again, there'll be a lot of small changes made here. But golden goal, Rich, if I have to put it on the spot, which team is coming out on top? Just give me a team.
I think Real Madrid.
Bale?
I'm going to go goal scorer will be Asensio.
Okay. I'll go on the flip side. I'll say Liverpool then, and Mohamed Salah, who starts as a striker in a 4-4-2 for the side of TikTok, who is playing as Liverpool in this game. TH Maestro will be on the flip side.
You'll never walk alone, rings around.
Nice to remember this is golden goal. Win this, it's 1 point on the board and one step closer to being crowned the UEFA Champions League Challenge final winner. Another cool initiative of PlayStation, a partner of the Champions League. Mohamed Salah, we spoke about him maybe scoring this only goal in the golden goal period for me. Gordon scored the first goal, does well. It's Gordon again. It's the Liverpool youngster that will come to save the day for TikTok. That is game one done, dusted. He has got a win on the board. He scored the first goal in the opening game. He scores again in golden goal. 1 point on the boards. Congratulations. That is one step closer to getting that PlayStation 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's such a quick goal. And I mean, the stats showed Liverpool opened the scoring in the first game. Why would they not repeat it? Why would they not open the scoring again? And exactly the same goal scorer as well. Gordon, lovely finish. And I think 1-0, does it maybe put a little bit of pressure on Real Madrid now? Absolutely. Going into that game too, because it's a must-win match.
Yeah, don't worry. There won't be any golden goal in the Champions League tonight. I don't think they'll be rolling back the years since we saw golden goal. Would you ever like to see golden goal back in the world of football? Okay, no. We'll leave that conversation for another day in person.
I'm not the biggest fan of extra time either. I always think extra time. The only extra time memory that I've ever got where I'm like, I remember something really impactful happening in extra time, and I'm sure the chat will have their memories, was the Mario Götze World Cup winning goal in 2014, when I think he won it 113th minute, if memory serves me correctly. But typically, extra time, I would say 7 minutes of extra time is players on the floor with cramp and wanting to like stretch off before penalties. Like, nothing happens in extra time. So I don't mind when we've seen in sort of the Carabao Cup recently and the FA Cup where it's just gone straight to penalties. Where, okay, 90 minutes have done, straight to penalties. Let's just get to the penalties. But yeah, what about you? Golden goal for you?
I think you can't have it. In certain tournaments, you can't have it, yeah. I mean, silver goal's a completely different story. We're just going to confuse everyone at home. Speaking of golden goal, we did play golden goal in our first game here in the Middle East regional finals. Here's the goal that did end the game, and it was Gordon, as we said. One of the unfamiliar picks in this Liverpool team. As we said, he does feature because this is a 90 rated mode on FIFA 22, which basically height becomes big, and so does 5-star skill moves from certain players. Just that pace from the get-go was just enough just to see him away on the left. And as we said, it's 1 point on the board for TikTok, but it's not job done.
No, still, you could say halfway there. For Maestro, there's a long way to go. We're still climbing. We've still got our boots firmly in the mountain, and we can't even see the summit. And TikTok, he can see the flag flying at the top of the mountain, and he's thinking, you know what, I can plant my flag there as well and take a PS5 home. And
so far, he hasn't lost to TH Maestro. As we said, looking at past stats and past storylines here from these two players, they have matched before in another tournament, and it was TikTok that beat Maestro 5-3. That was over one best of one game. They gave us a 3-3 game. One thing that we can guarantee from these two, they score goals. And to be honest, they're not perfect defensively.
Which leads to more goals as well, because there is a mistake in both players, for that matter of fact. It's going to be quite sort of scrappy at times. There's going to be opportunities where the ball is not under control and possession isn't sort of dominant in one of the competitors' favour. Will we see the both competitors settle, potentially? It's the first game on stream. It's the first game in this sort of grand final environment. You'd expect that now in the second and the third matchups, maybe just to relax into it, but time will tell as we see Virgil van Dijk having a few shots in the practice arena, warming up.
Yeah, I think with the closer he gets to goal, with the ball at his feet. In the air, different story. But yeah, he won't be taking a shot from 30 yards out, we can assure you, in the Champions League final today. Anyway, enough of that. We're going to jump into our second game here in this one. TikTok with Liverpool is currently up by 1-0 in the best of three, won via a golden goal scenario. It is all to do for TH Maestro, the player from Oman that was on the opposite side of the bracket, looking to get revenge, and he needs to win this game, because if he doesn't, it will be all she wrote. It'll be job done. Liverpool will be the first team to come out on top. That's another question in itself, Richard. Out of the 3 different finals we're going to see today, South America, Middle East and Europe, what team do you think will win more games? It's a difficult one. I mean, it's a flip of the coin answer, to be honest with you.
No, it's a flip of a coin. I think it's something where it is sort of a 50-50. Unless one of the 2 players is looking so much better than his opponent, what the 90 rated game mode gives you is that balance.
This could be a chance. Gareth Bale, early doors. TH Maestro must score! Defensively class from Trent Alexander-Arnold. Right place, right time. And a really impressive block. Nicely done. Salah. Cut back. Again, can't find his way through. Just whipped in deep. Able to find the original player in question there. Regardless, it's the action-packed start we wanted from this one. You have just tuned in, you are watching the UEFA Champions League Challenge Final. We are basically simulating the potential outcome of today's Champions League Final, with some of the best and upcoming FIFA 22 players from all around the world. There is a PlayStation 5 on the line, there is €500 or dollars on the line. A huge chance to add an extra boost to your enjoyment of tonight's final. And TikTok, with 1 win here, will seal the best of 3 and will seal the first win for Liverpool in game. It's UEFA Champions League Challenge. Building nicely. Jones. It's Curtis Jones. Might be a silver item in game, but now bumped up to a 90. Rating.
Do you think
Modric, who's had such a part to play in this Champions League, does feature in this team, and I'm sure he'll have a part to play tonight also.
Oh, he's such a big game player, isn't he, Luka Modric? That assist for the goal, I think it was Rodrigo who scored it, coming in at the back post. It was a sublime pass. Outside of the right boot, Travella over the top of the defender.
Yeah, it was a massive goal. Real Madrid's process to this Champions League final. We'll be speaking a lot more about the road that both teams have had. Here's Gordon, who scored plenty of goals in a Liverpool shirt so far in this broadcast today. I'll be curious to see how much he is involved across South America and Europe as the day does unfold. Game by game, match per match. What was more of an interesting stat was that the goals that TikTok conceded in that first goal was the most goals he's conceded in any of the games he's played so far in this knockout bracket. He only conceded 2 up to this point. Could be a chance. Sadio Mane, well defended by Carvajal, the Spaniard fullback. Back in time to save the day with a really important block. It was a very ambitious ball there for Gareth Bale. He'll be happy to make those runs, but needs to time them slightly better.
Yeah, off the back of the centre backs, Gareth Bale just looking to get a little bit of space. He's already had a chance in this game, just slightly offside on that occasion, but I'm telling you, he is the danger man for this Real Madrid side.
Nicely done. Gordon finds Diaz. What can he do here? A little skill move, not good enough to outsmart Luka Modric. Asensio. Glad you back maybe to do a thing or two in this game. Richard, is Bale, is he onside? Yes, he is. Poor goalkeeper movement. Really poor. It's allowed Gareth Bale to have the easiest of finishes that he's going to get all day long.
Talked about Gareth Bale being the key man. It's all come from a beautiful switch of play, though. It was picked up in the middle of the park, pinged out to the left-hand side, and as soon as Vinicius Jr. got that ball, just slid it in behind the back line for Gareth Bale. The goalkeeping movement is bad, though. It just is, the way that he's moved him across. He's looked for the shot across the goal, opened up the entirety of the near post, and made it easy for Gareth Bale.
And let's be honest, that's what he needed. Let's take us into a third and final game. He has to give us more of that. Gordon tries his best to be the playmaker and find Mane, but it's all become a little bit too predictable at times. Little ball over the top. He's found it again for Vinicius Jr. for 2. Maybe a slight rush finish. He'll get a rebound. How has he scored that? Gets a second bite at it.
Does not want to go down easily at the moment. This front two is so dangerous. And again, it's a ball over the top. It was Rodrigo who played it, pinged it over the top for Vinicius Jr. He was onside on this occasion. Slightly fortunate to be able to get a second bite at it, but you just saw the position for a second there. 72% of the ball, yet trailing 2-0. Incredible.
Counter-attack-esque style of play from TH Maestro, who hasn't cared about the stat of possession. He's cared about the scoreline, which he does lead by 2-0. I don't know how he's finding that ball every single time, Rich. The timing of that pass is clearly just on point every time.
It's on the money. It is on the money. But again, it's the timing of the run, I think, rather than the pass is incredible, but it's the timing of the run. Again, just looking for that ball in behind. You saw Bale making the run off the ball. Now that he scored from that over-the-top through ball, it creates danger in the mind of that Liverpool back four, because do you track that runner, or do you let him dribble even further? And you saw on that occasion, he went for the roulette, did Maestro.
It's close control dribbling from the Colombian winger. Look at Diaz go. He could be on to be the hero there. So to take 2 or 3 players out of the game. Just couldn't find the cutback that he would have been alluding for and looking to provide his teammate. There's only me to say, but the next goal in this game is going to be crucial for one of these two to find if there is a way back. Vinicius back to Bale. This could be game, set, and match. Vinicius, it's a brilliant skill. A piece of trickery in the box. Unable to completely carve open that Liverpool defence and find that all-important third goal. Salah back to Mane. Gordon now has to get things moving, so does Salah. Where's the cut back? Patient defensively. It's TH Maestro and Madrid as they win the ball back. Eventually after 1 or 2 asks. And again, look at the space that opens up. It's a running race. Didn't really want to lock onto my thing, but it will work regardless. Vinicius on a plate. Asensio tries to just offload it to Rodrigo. Maybe a bit too much there.
Yeah, certainly. It's a really good opportunity. You probably looking back at that and thinking, could have just shot that across the goal into the far post. Game 3 is looking very, very promising.
Maybe it will be now. Chance, what a save. Just offside. Would have mattered anyway. Have to see a change now from TikTok. Something, whether it's personnel or formation change, he has to go for this game. As I say it, there's the pause, the famous pause. 65th, 70th minute is always the time.
Especially with the fresh legs that you can get off the bench, Brandon, with the wingers that you might have got at your disposal. We saw the centre mids brought on last time, Toni Kroos, Valverde as well, just to give a bit of an injection of pace in that centre of the park. Jordan Henderson featured for Liverpool.
Diaz, Fabinho. Able to find their way into that box of Real Madrid. White shirts will just stand in the way and stand strong. The likes of Casemiro and Modric doing their part. Vinicius says, yes, please, let's get this game all done and dusted. It could be a rebound. It will be. Bracket. You may as well say he's been reset, and it's going to be 1-1 on the point system, and it's going to be a third and final game needed here in the Middle East to decide our first winner in this UEFA Champions League Challenge final.
Yeah, it's a lovely run down the right-hand side of the pitch. Vinicius Jr. just kept on going, kept on going, kept on going. No one really put a challenge in, and slightly fortunate to get the rebound off the goalkeeper, but he'll not care one bit.
We just say as well, Richard, what blowout this has been.
Well, it has. The golden goal was needed to separate these two in game number 1, Maestro and Tiki Tok, and now is a very, very comprehensive performance.
Three 0. Really question how good TH Maestro has been. And TikTokers may have had possession, but he's done nothing with it in the nicest possible way. Rodrigo striving forward for goal number 4. He means business with this result. With the perfect foot up.
Which is the
towards
confidence.
Just resetting that mindset, resetting that confidence into this third game. Thiago, what a save! What a save indeed. Can't get there on the second. Regardless of it, 2 goals in 9 minutes. It could happen, but I'll honestly be so surprised.
Yeah, potentially. Thiago getting that goal back. We saw substitutions brought on off the bench for Liverpool. This will be an incredible comeback if he was to force golden goal. I just say that Jordan Henderson turns over possession to Vinicius Jr. and it looks like TH Maestro will just see this result out. Or will he?
Well, it's a nice win. It's a very nice win indeed. If there is the legs of Mohamed Salah. Tackle from Militao. That's been Mr. Clutch at the back once again. Vinicius, Rodrigo. Here's the Brazilian. 3.5 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left. There is just not enough time to claw this one back. We will need a third game between these two to decide our first winner of this afternoon's broadcast. It's our bit here from PlayStation, building up tonight's Champions League. Firmino, Diaz, it's nice. Just not the cleanest of last passes there. Full time in this one. It is Real Madrid that do win this 3-1. TH Maestro with the performance of all performances as he sends us into a third and final game. He needed a wake-up call, he needed a result, Richard. He gave us both.
No, absolutely. I think the Gareth Bale performance in that first half, we spotted it. We highlighted the ball over the top. That sort of long through ball over the top of the centre-back's head, get them turning behind and get them running towards their own goal. And it proved to be sort of the resounding difference in the end. The early lead So hard, so hard to turn around in a one-legged game of FIFA when you go 2-0 down and you're chasing the game, you're having to make subs, you're having to react constantly. You'd much rather be forcing your opponent to react and be the person who's in control rather than the one who's having to throw bodies forward. So a really good performance. The question is, does that change how this game is going to go? Does it potentially change the fortune and the momentum? Will TikTok be able to bounce back, reclaim some of that form from the first leg? He scored, 4 goals over the course of, we'll say like 90-10, 100, I'm going to say 90-10, 100, 105 minutes maybe, including the golden goal period. Didn't really look too much like scoring in that match right there, apart from the late consolation.
Again, the surprising stat for me is we look at the highlights from that game and what went wrong for the side of TikTokers Liverpool. This is what went so right for Real Madrid and TH Maestro. This was the best chance off the game. It was a great block from Dani Carvajal. And it was just attack. It was counter-attack, actually. Action from Real Madrid. This was goal number 1. Poor goalkeeper movement. Said Gareth Bale have the easiest goal of all times. But this one was a surprising one. Firstly, great ball over the top. And then to get this bounce back is very, very fortunate. And Alisson unable to get the second rebound there for Vinicius. He made it 2. Not long after, it was potentially a comeback available. It was the best bit of trickery we saw from the Colombian winger of Luis Diaz. Couldn't quite find the final touch there. This was the extra one that made it a bit more difficult. It's another rebound goal. This time Rodrigo made it 3-0. There was a late consolation, but it was a little bit too late.
No, it was. Thiago managed to get himself on the score sheet at 3-1. What I do want to say, when we saw the stats, I think it was 2-0, about 40 minutes on the clock. Liverpool had 72% possession, yet found themselves 2-0 down. Just goes to show that possession isn't everything when it comes to FIFA.
Oh, absolutely. Again, we're going to jump into our third and final matchup in this one. It has gone to its third game in the best of 3. That's why we play it, to find who is our overall winner in the fairest of ways. So have a little look at this Liverpool team that he is setting up. It seems like there could be some question marks over how he wants to start this for TikTok. He did concede the most goals I think he's ever conceded so far in this tournament. Building up to this, his round of 16, his quarter-final and his semi-final result, Richard. He only conceded a maximum of 2 goals across all of those games. In these 2 best-of-3s, he's conceded 3 and 3.
Yeah, I was just looking at the team there. Bradley, he comes out of the game as a right-back. He's playing him centre-back. So, yes, he's got the pace, but defensively maybe a little bit susceptible. And he's actually gone with Jordan Henderson to start. He was bringing Henderson off the bench and starting with Fabinho in the middle of the pitch. He's now started with Jordan Henderson in the centre mid role alongside Curtis Jones. So a couple of changes for this Liverpool side coming into this final game.
So for attacking game plan from the start for Liverpool here, which will tee up some sort of pre-planned tactic. It's all to play for here in the Middle East. This is your UEFA Champions League Challenge Cup final. Presented by PlayStation and EA Sports FIFA. Winner of this picks up a PlayStation 5 and €500. The best start to the Champions League weekend, you can call it. It will require one hell of a performance. It's these high through balls. How does he stop these high through balls, Rich? Because they're going to be constant, and he's got Gareth Bale and Vinicius Jr. You've still got 2 different players there. Someone that's going to offer you a lot of height that could knock it on to a player that's got so much pace.
Just might need to drop the depth a little bit. It's a very high line, similar to what Liverpool do in real life. But if you just drop that depth, sort of give yourself a little bit more room to sort of run back into. And the gap between your own penalty box and the last defender where that ball is getting dropped into, make that tighter.
Look at the space for Gordon to run into. There could be a cutback available. It's Gordon for Liverpool. Should go on his own, he will. He's asking a lot to get past Ferland Mendy. Still the chances alive, though. It's Henderson who subbed into this team. Reverse elastico for Mane. Still Mane now. That's nice. Tidy, clinical, perfect FIFA.
It's just what he does, Sadio Mane. Really, really good goal. And it's all about the work in the corner flag for me from Gordon. Just recycled the possession onto the edge of the box. Mane with a lovely reverse elastic hold. Ball roll onto his left foot and then slotted it into that far corner.
It's the start he's been looking for in this one for TikTok. He was not able to score until the 81st minute in the last game. A player that is used to scoring so many goals was sort of silenced. For how long for? Will be able to hold on to this lead. It's another long ball over the top. It's a lot more direct this time for Liverpool. Mohamed Salah. Nice little scoop, turn and ball roll. Out of danger, the Egyptian winger. Looks to bring in Henderson and the likes of Luis Diaz. We'll inject more pace into this attack. Gordon back to goal. Can't link in with Mane on that occasion. They'll score off the first, but regardless of that, keep an eye out for those key and killer passes. Bale will be onside if he does fall to Gareth Bale. He is onside. Round the goalkeeper. Cheeky Ronaldo chop. That's the audacity that he has in front of goal.
Absolutely lovely from Gareth Bale. Ball roll into the Ronaldo chop. Sold the goalkeeper a dream before sticking it into an empty net. And again, it's that ball over the top, Brandon.
I don't know if you'd call it ugly or just smart. Liverpool looking for the instant response following Gareth Bale's run. Look, you can just see the runs. They're being triggered again. Look at that one. Vinicius is through. TH Maestro, what's a save from Alisson? No way, you can stop it.
Has to be a change. Has to be some sort of change implemented here.
I mean, would a back five even stop that?
No, not even a formational change. I just think a tactical in terms of the depth. It's too high of a line. There's too much space in behind.
Mane, back to Salah. Tries his best to a bit of a accelerated fake, say sprint boost more than anything, not an accelerated fake shot to try and get away from the defender. Gareth Bale causing absolute havoc for Bradley, Virgil van Dijk, Andy Robertson, whoever's in the back line. It's two for Bale. The Welsh forward is causing havoc for Liverpool fans once again.
He's loving life, Gareth Bale, at the moment. Over the top of Virgil van Dijk. The Dutch centre-half could not get anywhere near him. Ball roll, scoop turn onto his right foot. And that, again, something that the regular Gareth Bale item cannot do. He doesn't have the five-star skills and he doesn't have the weak foot that you're confident shooting with him. Gareth Bale has turned into a machine in this 90 rated game mode.
He really is just the ultimate striker, isn't he? Offers you everything you need. Bale. Vinicius hasn't scored yet, the Brazilian winger, but certainly has played his part. Turner, and this will be, by the way, from TH Maestro. Lost in golden goal, went 1-0 down in the best-of-3 series, but bounced back with one hell of a result in the second game. Mane might have other ideas, though. That's why I can't get two hands really on it. He does do enough to stop the original shot, just couldn't quite gather it together.
He's in again.
Look at the back post. Bale can find it, there's an option there. It's Rodrigo, the Brazilian. Does well, so well, no! Virgil van Dijk puts it into his own net.
I think it'll go down as a Rodrigo goal, but Van Dijk does get the final touch on it. It was goal bound. Couldn't quite steer it out. Could Virgil van Dijk, him and Alisson getting a little bit of a mix-up at the back. He's just having a look at his Trent Alexander-Arnold there. He has gone walking on every single occasion.
I think he looks at his back line, if Ulrich, and says, it's just a mess at the moment.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. You're asking questions. Where are you? Where are we going?
Unfortunately, they've gone walkabouts at the worst time possible in this grand final. Currently, it is looking like a Real Madrid win here in the Middle East. And for TH Maestro, remember we'll be picking up a PlayStation 5 and 500 euros. Back underway. It's got to be the best 45 minutes from Liverpool. And from N TikTok, if he wishes take this any further. Other than that, it'll be the ultimate comeback story from a player that lost to this player at N TikTok just over 20 days ago. It's the best comeback, the ultimate revenge at the best time possible. Casemiro finds Vinicius. One more goal could be the nail in the coffin. Like a little ball roll scoop turn. It's nice again from Vinicius. Bit too confident maybe there.
The positive thing is, for Maestro, not only is he in a great position, but he also has got a game plan that's working every single time.
This is nice. Game over. Surely there. Maybe, just maybe. Vinicius steps up and gets his first taste of a goal in this third matchup. 4-1. He can go back into that team management as many times as he wants. It's just not working. Whatever it is, the 4-4-2, the 4-3-2-1, maybe even a 4-1-2-1-2 now.
Has to be something different.
I mean, this is a very aggressive tactical change, which you can understand is coming with a lot of frustration.
It's such an interesting take, because where was this in the first game? Okay, that's the first thing. Has Maestro spotted this weakness and said, this is how I'm going to play? Or is it just reactive? Has he just seen the space over the top and gone, every single time I'm going to hit it? I'm going to play over the top. I'm going to use the pace that I've got. It's a really, really interesting turnaround.
It's an interesting tactic as well. Whatever he's done in the player instructions there of Real Madrid, we haven't seen loads of his POV today. Whatever it is, for the other players that may be sitting back watching that are in action later in Europe or in South America, certainly if you are using Madrid or even the likes of Liverpool with Salah and Mane, you've got to utilise it. It's another long ball over the top. Vinicius is through. That time stops in his tracks by Bradley. Final 30 minutes as it stands right now will be the player representing Oman, TH Maestro, picking up the PlayStation 5 and the cash here in the Middle East. UEFA Champions League Challenge Finals. Bearing in mind he went 1-0 down in the series, Rich will be absolutely over the moon with this performance he's provided. Bale, stop it! Stop it! Game over, surely. 5-1. TH Maestro, you are a maestro in the box with that man, Gareth Bale.
Game, set, and match. What a turnaround. Again, little dink over the top. Gareth Bale getting the better of Bradley, and then just makes it look so easy. Ball roll past the goalkeeper before slotting it into an empty net.
What a turnaround, Richard. Bear in mind, he's already lost to this player. He lost the first game in golden goal, the ultimate and worst way to lose. You'll feel hard done by on it. And then to bounce back like this really is remarkable. It's the first time we've actually been able to commentate over a Middle East tournament here in our time commentating over PlayStation tournaments. What have you made of the game overall?
I mean, very impressed. I think the level's been really, really good from both of these two. Obviously disappointed for TikTok after winning that first game for the result to not go his way, but Maestro has looked imperious in the final third.
Well, you wouldn't believe that this is only his fourth tournament he's played in. TH Maestro in the PlayStation tournaments tab. This is what I mean about quality that is still hidden and still yet to come forward in the world of FIFA. If you have been enjoying what you've seen today, get yourselves involved. Compete.playstation.com for a chance to be amongst the best. Bale for goal 6, unable to find it on this occasion. Goals in 10 minutes just isn't going to happen as much as he wants to try, and just put extra bodies forward. And regardless of the result, he might be without a PlayStation 5, but it's still not a bad payday. As he scores a consolation, it's still €500 he'll pick up today. But unfortunately, it just wasn't the result that was able to go to plan. 3 goals needed in 8 minutes. He fancies his chances still, as we'll see a constant pressure, no doubt, and a 3 at the back.
I mean, you have to. You've got to go for it. It's sort of, you'd be disappointed if you didn't go for it after the game's finished. But I don't think this game's going to be getting turned around anytime soon. Real Madrid.
First winners.
Yeah.
We had, I mean, these could all be potential scorelines in the Champions League. I'd be shocked if it was 5-2, but we've had 3-1. 3-3 that another day would go to extra time. Maybe this is certainly a result that we won't see tonight. If it is 6 goals to 2, Gareth Bale would be the star of the show. If that was the case, could he score about 5 goals?
Goal for Real Madrid, number 18, Gareth Bale.
And just like that, part 1 of 3 concluded here. Now UEFA Champions League Challenge final. 9 goals. We've certainly been treated to the goals here.
In one leg of FIFA as well.
I've already won 13 Champions League titles in their time. On the virtual pitch, will pick up the next best thing in the hands of the player representing Oman. TH Maestro, you are our UEFA Champions League Challenge final winner. A PlayStation 5 and €500 guaranteed for you, my friend. What a result. You're 1-0 down in the best of 3 via golden goal, but bounced back with a 3-1. And then what? The goals of all goals there. A best of 1 that had 9 goals in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a crazy scoreline, really. It's just not something you expect to see, but a really, really solid performance. End-to-end FIFA, just what we want to see, really, when we get down to the grand finals. We don't want to really see 0-0s or 1-0s. Plenty of goals, plenty of moments, and overall a deserved winner in this Middle Eastern region in TH Maestro.
Yeah, and a massive thank you to all our viewers from that Middle East region that probably joined us for the opening of this broadcast. Have a look at the match highlights from that game. It certainly was the highest of goal-scoring games we had, Richard. And some would argue it was the Gareth Bale show in that last game.
Yeah, this was the first matchup where it could have been done over in two games, but a late drive from Luis Diaz. He cut it back into Sadio Mane, who slotted past the goalkeeper right there. Game number 2 started with the golden goal scenario. We actually played 4 games in total. This was the continuation of game 1. Ball over the top for Vinicius Jr. This was in match number 2 out of the best of 3 format. And then Real Madrid just put their foot on the pedal and accelerated away. Unfortunately, Liverpool had nowhere to go. And then TikTok did find himself 1-1 in the overall game series.
As we said, the goals kept coming, as it did here. So many goals as well. It was a mistake to forget about from Virgil van Dijk. Will not be willing to do that in the Champions League final. There was plenty more to come as well. But this is the final bracket on your screen. It was TH Maestro that bounced back, as we said, from one defeat down to 2 wins in the best of 3. That's why we play it over best of 3, to give these competitors a second chance, a second life. And by God, he did take that after losing in golden goal. He picks up a PlayStation 5 and €500. A massive congratulations to all of our finalists. Let's not forget that TikTok still walks away with €500. And if you've liked what you've seen at home, and again, you're thinking, how can I be involved in future tournaments like this? It's as simple as it sounds. Compete.playstation.com. Get yourselves involved. Daily, weekly, monthly FIFA tournaments, all skill levels. What are you waiting for?
Absolutely. Also, right now, the FIFA 22 Plus Challenge is available on the competition centre. An extra incentive and some incredible prizes up for grabs as well. Sign up right now, as it's drawing to the close on the sign-ups over the next couple of days. So make sure you get involved on the FIFA 22 Plus Challenge right now. Compete.playstation.com.
As we said, we've got lots of FIFA to be played here, but you can put a tick next to the name of the Middle East region in our UEFA Champions League Challenge final. Massive congratulations to TH Maestro. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, we're travelling to a different part of the world. We're off to South America for their grand final in a best of 3. We'll see you in a few minutes' time for more FIFA 22 action here. welcome back to the UEFA Champions League Challenge Finals. You join us at the middle point of the show, you can say, as we've just crowned our Middle East champion in TH Maestro. My name is Brandon Smith, joined as always by Richard Buckley. Rich, we just saw what Middle East has to offer. We're jumping now across to South America to see what they have to offer in this very special Champions League FIFA 22 tournament presented by PlayStation.
I tell you what, hopefully the goals will continue, because we got trekked to an absolute beautiful game of FIFA right there in that final matchup. 9 goals across one 90-minute leg of FIFA. A remarkable display from both of the competitors. They both deserve their prizes, and sort of Maestro getting that extra prize of the PlayStation 5 as well. But we go again, a fresh, brand new best of 3. And we're about to get it underway very shortly indeed.
Well, we are indeed. Let's take a look at the bracket then from South America. It's these two that have made it. PJ Suarez, 97, and Fran Urquiza of Argentina. That's your top 2 there that have done enough to qualify through the PlayStation tournament menu and tab. They beat a handful of players on their journey. It was PJ Suarez that beat the Colombian of BW Dav 17. On the flip side of that, we saw Fran Urquiza beat you Paraguay of Portugal. That'll be interesting. He was in the South American bracket of Brazil. 3-2. They both have been on one hell of a journey to get here today. They are playing for the exact same prizes we mentioned, PlayStation 5's cash, all on the line here. And it's going to be Liverpool against Real Madrid. We are previewing the Champions League final tonight, but we're doing it on the virtual pitch in this very special tournament. It was Real Madrid that came out on top last time. Is it going to be the same story here in South America?
I mean, it was a classic Real Madrid performance, wasn't it? In one of the matches that we saw, 72% possession to Liverpool, but dominant and ruthless on the counter-attack, something that Real Madrid have been throughout this season. They don't need to play well for 85 minutes, but they can have a 5-minute brilliance where Benzema gets a goal, Rodrigo, Vinicius Jr. creates something outstanding, and they find themselves winning matches with moments. And hopefully that will continue throughout the rest of the day as we build up to the Champions League final.
Let's have a look.
Such a good game.
Let's have a look at the players, Rich. We'll talk more about the Champions League very shortly indeed. In the meantime, let's speak about this guy. Pedro Suarez goes by the name of PJ Suarez, 97. 24 years of age. He is playing from Brazil as we speak right now. That's his Twitch channel. If you do want to go and drop him a follow and go and show some love to him outside of these tournaments. On the flip side, as we said, his opponent, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Francisco of Fran Urquiza 1. You can find him on social media. That is his @ playing from Buenos Aires in Argentina as well. This is incredible that we've been able to put this all together from the comfort of our own homes and the power of the internet. That's his Twitch channel as well. Go and show him some love and go and show him some support indeed. This plans to be, hopefully, an exciting game. We should have the teams through as well. It will be PJ Suarez as Liverpool and Fran Urquiza as Real Madrid in that one. We heard that the highest seed gets the pick. If you were the highest seed, Rich, which team are you choosing?
Probably Real Madrid, just because I think they've got more wingers. When you look at the wingers on display, the left wing, right wing is the main position in this 90-rated game mode. I think we can see that with who's scoring goals. No Benzema, no Diogo Jota in the team, no sort of Origi coming on and stealing the headlights. It's very much wing central. Salah, Mane, Gordon, Diaz for Liverpool, and then on the Real Madrid side, you've got Bale, Vinicius, Asensio, Lucas Vasquez, sort of all these players featuring Rodrigo as well. They're the players who are really pushing the attacks forward. I would probably go with Real Madrid. You see the poll in the chat. PJ Suarez, 100% of the votes think that he is going to win. Well,
I mean, he's got super fans in here.
Yeah, let's see if it's spot on.
Yeah, let's see if it's spot on indeed. For the Brazilian player that we're hoping to to use some of those Brazilian players in that team. Fabinho might pop on off the bench and have an impact there, but on the flip side, I'm sure we'll be seeing loads of South American talent come through from that Real Madrid team. We saw how just important the likes of Rodrigo was of Vinicius Jr. in that last game.
And I'm sure both of these two from South America would have been watching yesterday with the E-Champions League final. Two South Americans in the grand final competing for $75,000. That was Matias Bernardo from Argentina and the Iceman Nicholas 99 FC, also from Argentina. Both over in Europe doing the business and putting Argentina on the map.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. We've been to the Middle East region. We saw the best players there. Now it's time for South America to show what they can do again. Our first time calling a South America matchup in this PlayStation tournament era that we've been able to commentate on over the last year or two. Whether that's been the Open Series or activations around the Champions League, which PlayStation are a proud sponsor of. It was just yesterday that myself and Richard were at the E-Champions League in Stockholm, Sweden. We flew back today and we're back for more FIFA 22. This time with the UEFA Champions League Challenge. It will be, as we said, PJ Suarez with the first chance of this game, with Liverpool from left to right. And the first time we've seen Madrid in this away strip. For Fran Urquiza. Looking to make his impact on this one. They've had very different bracket runs to getting to this stage today. They conceded 2 goals so far as Fran Urquiza. On the flip side, it's also not been that many he's conceded of. PJ Suarez, its first chance, he's had to defend. Nicely done, wins a corner. Vinicius, cheeky step over and roulette.
You see that creative run to the top of the pitch. Could be getting the better of the fullback. He's done it. Oh, he's got to go in.
Casemiro back trying to defend, and how on earth Liverpool sit there and they're not up by a goal to 0?
It has to go to the back post. He got the better of the fullback.
Hazard, who actually gets a start in this game. Didn't see him starting the last best of 3. More of a super sub than any. If I'm right, is that Canate that does get the nod as well in the starting lineup?
Yeah, I think Canate, I would probably go for as well, Brandon, instead of Bradley that we saw earlier. The full-back playing at centre-back. I think Canate just a little bit stronger, a little bit more physical. Yes, he might lack a little bit of pace, but I mean, Real Madrid are playing with 2 sort of recognisable centre-backs as well.
Henderson, of all players, building up nicely. Captain fantastic, lays it into Curtis Jones, the newest one, the kids on the block. Cruz. Whipped in. Ended well. It's going to be interesting for us to see as commentators is how different the play style is between each individual region. Bale into Mendy. Look at the overlap he's made. Ferland Mendy, the Frenchman, into Bale, the superstar again, who yet to open his account here. Has been knocking on the door, trying to find a way through.
It's a very good save. Gareth Bale opened up on the edge of the box, but Alisson equal to it. Eden Hazard getting a start for Real Madrid. Completely forgot about him when I was mentioning all the wingers. He's another one.
Hazard, nice little cancel there into Vini Jr. Top bins. What a finish from the Brazilian.
Incredible. I don't think he could put any more power on it if he tried. Absolutely smashed it past the goalkeeper. Taking the leather off the blow.
First blood to Franja Cuiza, the Argentine playing this Real Madrid. It's Liverpool to react. Henderson does well. Salah, first goal. We may see him score on broadcast. He didn't realise he was going to get that much time and space. He really should have went on his own.
Missed chances, rude opportunities. Will that be the difference between these two sides? Real Madrid, when they're coming forward at the moment, when Franja Cuiza's coming forward, he's looking dangerous, I have to say.
It's Vasquez. She does get the nod to start this game. Salah back to goal. Surely, there it is. The first time he's seen him pop up and score a goal across today's broadcast for this UEFA Champions League Challenge Final.
It was a matter of time before Mo Salah got on the score sheet. All the work done by Sadio Mane beforehand. Ball roll scooped in, forcing the cutback, and then Mo Salah, very similar to the Vinicius Junior strike, to be honest. Just too much power and pace on the ball.
Half time, we're all square 1-1 here in our opening matchup in South America. An early start from Vinicius Junior. Just before half time, it was another winger. Surprise, surprise, that stepped up here. As you can see, the meta is clear for 90 rated in-game FIFA 22 mode. It's all about squeezing in wingers into the attack that have just got more pace. What these players have been able to do here.
Not really asked yourself, Brandon, for a little prediction for tonight. You got any thoughts on which way the game's going to go?
I think the biggest conversation you have is Liverpool not winning the Premier League, and you know, what's their motivations at?
What, a cup treble?
I mean, the cup treble is on, but also you'd like to think they'd be motivated and not demotivated after just, you know, coming so close to that league. On the flip side, you've got a Madrid side that have always had this sort of never say die attitude. They were the La Liga champions this year. Seem like maybe that they're back at their best. Also, it's going to be such a hard one to call, and you can't forget as well, there's unfinished business there for Liverpool over those years ago where they lost to Madrid quite heavily, some would argue, in a final, with not the best display of performances in that one. Curtis Jones can't find Mane, and chance to break out. On the flip side, what's your thoughts on the game?
It's certainly such a captivating game. I think that's why the world's going to be watching. What happens when you take arguably the best striker in the world and the best centre-back and put them against each other? The Bento versus Virgil van Dijk. Trent Alexander-Arnold against Vinicius Junior. It's just so interesting as a game, how these two sides match up.
what I found was quite interesting in the build-up to these finals today. The players were given a player survey to fill out in terms of asking a few questions and answering a few FIFA topics. One of them was, who's your favourite team and who's your second team, your second favourite team? Fran Jaquiza said favourite team's Real Madrid.
Second favourite
team's Liverpool.
Oh, that's good. I mean, it's a win-win for him then.
Whoever comes out on top, yeah, it literally is a win-win. Chance, what's a save? Son comes and saves today. For PJ Suarez. Really nice cut back. I thought anyone thought that was going into the back of the net. Played in. Maybe should have done better. From Casemiro at the front post.
Such a good move down that right-hand side. I wonder if he's been watching the Middle Eastern finals where the ball over the top seemed to be the kryptonite to that Liverpool defence.
Jones, who tries his best to punch it into Mane. That occasion was just asking a bit too much from the Senegalese winger. Patient in the build-up here from PJ Suarez. Jones again will look to be the playmaker. Mane trying to offer an angle, so's likes of Salah, the only goal scorer in this, in a Liverpool shirt. Remember that we will be into extra time and penalties if need, but it was just a small technical difficulty earlier today. If not, it will be golden goal that be required. Hazard back to Lucas Vazquez towards that back post. This could be dangerous. Bale was there, looming for it. Couldn't quite match up with the header. They'll get a second bite at the cherry though of just reworking this ball into the box. And of all people that steps up, it's Luka Modric. I'll be honest, I thought there was going to be a one more pass needed to Gareth Bale. He didn't need him. The Croatian midfielder. Maybe there's a centre forward right now.
Yeah, Bale, he missed his header at the back post. And Luka Modric just picked up the pieces, right place, right time, filled in the space. Toni Kroos played it into his feet and one touch to settle it, one touch to finish. Classy Luka Modric, the classy Croatian.
Salah for a brace, can't turn his man. That could be the goal that separates this first and opening game here in this South American bracket. Will it be Jaquiza that does take the first result? It's Mohamed Salah down one end, it's Eden Hazard down the other. He can't quite compose himself. Liverpool back on the hunt, he's just offside. Tease that run just to cause a bit of havoc. Look how high Andy Robertson's forward. Salah's just offside, too keen. And if he's clever in possession, he should see this game out now.
That's the question. Will he be able to? He'll get one more chance.
Liverpool shirts just pressing the ball. PJ Suarez tries to find a way back. There's another chance wasted. Opportunity to try and take the sting out of the game for Fran Jaquiza. Is added time of just 1 minute. It should be a point on the board, a win on the board for Real Madrid in this one. Now look back on it. Two big goals, one from Vinicius Jr., one from Luka Modric, of all people, that will give him the first point on the board in this best of three. It certainly was a narrow game between the two sides. The player that had 41% possession came out on top at the end of that one, Richard. As we said, a goal with just under 10 minutes left to play was the only goal that was the biggest difference here.
But there could have been more goals as well. being completely honest. I mean, there was chances. The Lucas Vasquez moved down the right-hand side, if you remember it, and then that save at the near post from Alisson. I think Gareth Bale probably had a couple of opportunities that could have gone his way on another day. We'll have a look at the best moments from that first game right now, because it was Real Madrid who did break the deadlock here. Fran Aquiza into Gareth Bale. That was a great save from Alisson. It sort of gave you a little bit of an indication of where this game potentially could end up. Toni Kroos playing a lovely pass into Eden Hazard. He twisted and turned into Vinicius Junior, and look at that for a finish.
They didn't stop there, Rich. There was more to come and more big chances in this game. It was time for PJ Suarez to show us exactly what he could do with that man, Mohamed Salah, who has remained quite quiet so far across the games we've been commentating here in this UEFA Champions League final challenge. What to say if that was to stop Vinicius from getting a brace, and then this chance late on. Bale missed the original header, and then look at this for the sort of second chance at it. The manoeuvre was perfect. He could have played one more, Luka Modric. He said, no, I'm going on my own. Sent him into centre forward. Luka Modric snatches that first result. And as you said, for Fran Uquiza, the Argentine is up by 1-0. If he wins again, it's job done. 2 on the board. He wins a PlayStation 5 and €500. But easier said than done.
Yeah, it certainly is easier said than done. I'll tell you what is very easy, though, and that's getting involved in the competition centre, compete.playstation.com. Just see it right below me there. Super, super simple. Sign up, link your accounts, and you get involved in so many different tournaments on there. Not only FIFA as well, so many different games, different genres of titles available on the competition centre to get involved with. Also, right now, the FIFA 22 Plus Challenge is available. Sign up, get involved. Only a couple of days left on that particular challenge. I think it's challenge number 2 at the moment, the Mini Minter Challenge. Get involved and sign up.
No, absolutely. Again, there's been a couple of little PlayStation Plus promos in the FIFA world as of late. There was a pack that was in Ultimate Team a few weeks ago. I did open mine. Didn't get on great in it. I don't know if you... I think I got a walkout, to be fair, but it wasn't... I'm expecting the world there. It wasn't a tots.
I'll be honest, Brandon. I've opened a lot of packs in the last couple of weeks. I can't recall which ones are which at this point. League and Team of the Season, though, looking very good. I don't know if you had a chance to have a look at that.
I haven't seen it yet, I'll be completely honest, but give me your top 3 you want to pack.
Neymar, Messi, Mbappe.
Anyone outside of that?
Tchouaméni looks incredible. Ben Yedder looks really, really good. Marquinhos, Nuno Mendes picked up a Team of the Season. Seko Fofana, if you remember his Player of the Month, that was a menace to play against. He's actually quite cheap as well. He's Fofana at the moment, 250k-ish. So, incredible stats across the board. I think it's probably my most sort of excited I've been for a Team of the Season from a specific league as of yet. There's going to be a lot of upgrade packs built when they become available on Monday.
I mean, let's not forget, the big stars of the show there that we'll see involved in the sort of FIFA scene as of late. Will the Mbappe contest against his other in-game items, or is it not at that level, would you say?
So he's slightly better. I think he's got a couple of stats better, has the Team of the Season, Mbappe over the Team of the Year foot item. Neymar is obviously... I think Messi's very similar. A similar rating, I think. Oh, he might actually be one rating less, I think, Messi. Neymar's the one that I'm looking at, though. I think he's about 5 million coins. Just looks ridiculous at the moment. Speaking of Real Madrid, did you manage to get your hands on any of the Real Madrid La Liga Team of the Seasons that came out?
Yeah, Courtois about 7 times. That was the way. It was Neuer the week before, and now it's 95 Neuer the week before. 95 Courtois last week. I mean, who's the next goalkeeper in line?
Lafont.
I don't know what rating he is in game at the moment, but yeah, we'll have him a few times as well too. But to be honest, for me to get back to Foot Champs after this, bit of Champions League, bit of Foot Champs, get some red picks for those that play FIFA Ultimate Team that are watching. You'll know exactly what we mean. Let us know in the comments wherever you're watching what Team of the Season you've been able to pack this year, because we've still got quite a few weeks left. Serie A coming up next, then what? Ultimate Tots will be around the corner before we know it. And
then we're probably looking at all roads towards the end of the competitive FIFA season in July over in Copenhagen, the 3 events where we're looking at the E-World Cup, the Nations Cup and the Club World Cup, and then also new FIFA right around the corner as well, FIFA 23. It'll quickly get around there. Now we're getting into the summer months. The trailer, the beta, the new sort of upgraded game that we're going to be getting for the calendar season. I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, we are trying to jump into our second game as well. For those that might be thinking, where is this second South American matchup? As soon as it's ready, we will be jumping into it. Keep our predictions coming in as well for tonight's final. Champions League, as we know, in Paris is going down between Real Madrid and Liverpool. You might be thinking, what is this all about? What they're playing for? As we have mentioned a few times across the broadcast, if you haven't seen yet, this is what is up for grabs. There's players that aren't in tonight's final that have already bagged some serious cash just for being involved in the latter rounds in the tournament. But the winner of this, as we said, Richard, picks up a PlayStation 5 and $500. It's not a bad day in the office.
It's certainly not. You can see the prize breakdown there from 16th all the way to 1st. If you're looking at home and you're thinking, well, I'm a really good FIFA player, but I might not be at the level to win. You're getting top 4. You're taking home €250 for this tournament. There's so many tournaments that you can get involved with where there's opportunities on the PlayStation Tournaments compete.playstation.com website, and you can see what first prize will be taking home. We've already had the Middle Eastern region wrap up. We're in Latin America at the moment, and then we'll be going over to Europe before you know it. So let's have a look at the bracket and see how this Latin America region is currently looking. Both of these two players did win their semi-final. It was a one-legged game of FIFA. Now we're into the grand final. Fernández did take a lead. He is 1-0 up currently in the best-of-3 format. PJ Suarez has to turn this game around and win 2 back-to-back matchups if he wants to have his hand raised high in about 30 or 40 minutes' time.
Yeah, what was interesting from Fernández, we didn't concede a single goal in the round of 16 or quarter-final. Did concede one coming in that semi-final. Lost, won 3 goals to 2, as we said, against you. Paranga of Brazil. It's just a point on the board just because he won the best of 1. On the flip side, he does concede goals, PJ Suarez, as we have seen across the game already, but it was only a 2-1 result. He had possession and had more of the possession, but of course possession doesn't just win your game. It's all about being clinical in the final third. And at the moment, from what we've seen, Rich, it's all been about Real Madrid and how good they have been. Not saw as much of Gareth Bale in that last game, but he was involved in some way or another.
I'm so intrigued just to see that why do you think that Gareth Bale, Vinicius Jr. seem to have more of an impact than Mane and Salah? Like, why is this at the moment? Is it because we're noticing it more?
Yeah.
Because typically in a head-to-head format, if it weren't 90 rated, Vinicius Jr. would be what, 80? And Gareth Bale would be 82, whereas Mane and Salah would be 90 and 99. So the increase in stats is a lot more sort of impressive, rather than Mane and Salah, it's only slight improvements in skill move and weak foot. The actual in-game stats are probably very minuscule, whereas Bale, it looks insane. It looks like 2013 Gareth Bale.
No, I agree. It's like having a taste of what if for the likes of Vinicius or Gareth Bale, of what they could do and how good they could be in terms of if they were 90 rated in game. If you are wondering what we are alluding to, it's Liverpool against Real Madrid here, and it is all about these players being 90 rated in game. And with that, wingers have just got more pace than strikers, hence why we're not seeing the likes of Benzema or Roberto Firmino even get a nod in these games. It's all about fullbacks, wingers. I mean, it's brave that Liverpool have gone for 2 centre-backs, Konate and Virgil van Dijk. Yes, they offer better defensive stats, and in some regards, they might be taller than other fullbacks of Liverpool in the game. But there's a risk still that he's taken that he's missing out on potentially, 5, 6, 7 extra in-game pace there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a catch-22, because if you go for maybe a right-back or a left-back at centre-back, are they then going to be weakened because of the... Obviously, we know that centre-backs who aren't centre-backs playing in that position get dramatically decreased in stats. So is that going to be a factor? we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to put you on the spot, Brandon. Champions League tonight, Liverpool, Real Madrid. Who is scoring the opening goal?
I mean, I'd love to say in the FIFA world, Bale. Never going to happen.
Will he forget on the pitch? I don't know if he will.
It's got to be Madrid and Benzema, and Liverpool to come back and to shake it up in a bit of extra time.
I'm going to go a little bit outside the box. I fancy...
Go on.
Virgil van Dijk to get the opening goal from a corner. Corner gets whipped in. Virgil van Dijk, powerful header past the keeper.
I mean, if that happens, we'll clip it. We'll send it around social media to say that this man said it. We're going to have a look at the highlights from the first game. We are waiting for this second one to get underway. As we said, there was 3 goals in it. Real Madrid coming out on top with Fran Uquiza up by 2 goals to 1. Let's get those highlights up now, Richard. And let's just talk through everything that has happened so far in this game. We are playing best of 3, no aggregate scorelines. And these were the biggest moments of that game.
Yeah, absolutely. These were the moments and where the game was decided. Eden Hazard, lovely little cancel there into Vinicius Jr., who slams it in the top left corner. He wheels away in celebration. Just before half-time, though, Liverpool did create a chance. Sadio Mane, ball scoop turn into Mohamed Salah, turns onto his left foot and rifles that past the goalkeeper. We had to wait until inside the second half to find who would reclaim the lead. Real Madrid came close, but with 12 minutes left on the clock, Gareth Bale misses his header at the back post. Picked up by Ferland Mendy, he recycles into Vinicius Jr. Toni Kroos played the extra pass into Luka Modric, who very easily and comfortably just shifts his body and slides it into the bottom corner past the goalkeeper. We did run a poll, I'm being told, while we were waiting just then to find out who is going to win. We wanted the Twitch chat's thoughts and ideas. Who is going to win the Champions League final? Will it be Real Madrid or Liverpool? And we'll reveal the answer very shortly indeed, because it's a little bit interesting, Brandon. You can see it right there.
Ooh,
It's tight.
7%.
It's tight, but Liverpool edge it.
Wow, I've actually got a poll running on my own stream at the moment as well, Rich, and it's 56% that say Liverpool.
Wow, that's actually crazy. 1% difference in all those people who's voting as well. But Liverpool, seemingly the public's favourite to lift the Champions League. We'll wait and see. Kickoff in just over 5 hours' time. I imagine the atmosphere is starting to build up around the Stade de France in Paris.
Yeah, something to just point out, Richard. Canate off, Norris in for Liverpool and PJ Suarez. So Canate maybe just lacking that extra bit of pace that he wanted. It's a change he's made. It's a sacrifice he's made, and let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, James Norris plays as a left back, so it's that full back to centre back swap.
Remember, it's as simple as this. Fran Uquiza, if he wins with Real Madrid, will be your South American champion here for the UEFA Champions League Challenge final. PJ Suarez wins with Liverpool. We go to a third game again in this best-of-3 format. Has to be, though, the perfect performance. And whatever the top finds, Ferland Mendy could be the perfect start for Madrid. Bale's there. Of course, he cannot find the header. Nicely done, Salah. Chance, PJ Suarez.
Nice to see,
Mohamed Salah there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's nice to see Eden Hazard getting a start. Looks like he's playing a little bit tighter in field as well. Could be a 3-5-2, in fact. Got the only important window in that first matchup in the best of three.
Diaz. Regardless of the scoreline, it's been a better start. PJ Suarez, a player that did control possession quite well in that only match up here in the South American finals. Ferland Mendy's done so well again. Just loves this ongoing run from fullback Ferland Mendy back to Hazard. Surely, yes! It's his first involvement. It's his first goal. The Belgian winger, who does get a start this time round. He wasn't featured in the Middle East. Will become a goal scorer and potentially a hero if that is the goal that could be the difference for Madrid winning this best of three final.
What a finish from Eden Hazard. I mentioned him right at the top of the game, Brandon. The fact that he's in the starting 11, that he's sort of playing off that left-hand channel. Maybe he's in there for the finesse shot as well. Cut inside and with those finesses coming off the left.
I sort of feel like over the years he's lost a bit of pace in game, hasn't he? So when you get to use him in this sort of 90-rated mode, it's a bit of a blast from the past, really. A big win from Liverpool. Look at the space available in the red shirts. Waiting for the right run. Mane, a couple of step-overs and ball rolls. It's dangerous. Luis Diaz linking in well. Gordon will get a second bite of the cherry. Offside. It's a great save from Courtois, though, regardless.
Seen a few just very narrow offsides. Decision-making maybe a little bit late on those through balls, on those passages of play. But again, it's a very, very tightly contested match.
Gordon offside. It will be Henderson. Says a lot when it's Henderson making those runs forward. He's not the man you really want driving on forward there. 71% possession. We spoke about this earlier of just how in control PJ Suarez has been, but he's not been in control of the scoreline. Could be down 2-0. Covered well, did Virgil van Dijk. Salah. Nicely done, shifts onto his left foot, finds Curtis Jones. There, one more pass into Henderson. He goes on his own. Just wide of the left-hand side. Oh, big opportunity wasted. Vinicius. Modric,
Beautiful.
nicely done. They have 29% possession at the moment, but that's not affecting how he's building up with these sort of moments. Bale stops on it, moves it, and unfortunately, that might have been Luka Modric that blazed it into Rosette.
Yeah, shanked it wide. Luka Modric, it was really nice play though. The tiki-taka. FIFA in around the box, waiting to and looking to open up the space. But very un-Luka Modric-esque finish there. He's usually very composed. Rash was the Croatian.
Cruz, nicely done, finds Modric. Wins a corner. Last chance of the 45. And half-time it is. Madrid 1, Liverpool 0. We'll feel hard done by these stats that he has got, PJ Suarez. For 70% possession so far in this game. It's just been that man on your screen that's been the only difference so far. 72% possession there.
You see the formation there that's being run by Liverpool. He's playing a false 9. Not too sure if that's the formation he wants to be in. Seeing a few changes being made here. How important is it to make sure that you're changing those tactics, that you're feeling comfortable, that you're not sort of rushing into the game, that you're making sure that everything is accounted for? Because we've seen it in the past, Brandon, where it's not been accounted for and you find yourself 2-0 down and you wanted a pause, you're trying to force a pause.
Well, especially now for PJ Suarez, Rich, who in a nice way simply has to win this game. If he doesn't win it, it is game over and there isn't a chance of finding a way back in this tie. So changes now are paramount, if ever. Before it's into a pause menu we go again. We'll keep an eye on this Liverpool team that's in a 4-1-2-1-2 in this current defensive game plan. Have a look and see what his opponent is matching up in. So far, we haven't seen a game of the best of 3 that's finished in just 2. Will this be the first time we see it? Potentially. Another Madrid win. PJ Suarez. So makes possession count now. Ball roll scoop turn, wins a corner. Trent's there at the back post, but he locks off him to try and get Virgil van Dijk on it instead.
I think someone's been watching Nicholas. You saw that corner
like that
being
for a
used.
split second.
Yeah, yesterday, really effectively. Probably just got it the wrong way around. He probably wanted Virgil to be winning the header and Trent to be the player picking up the pieces.
Bale, reverse Elastico. No way through. In that position now, if Eden Hazard can capitalise on that space. Mendy's out wide. Does keep it in. Now there's a gap that could be available. He can capitalise on it. Massive switch of play. 2 hands on it in the end from Alisson. Just missing a goal with PJ Suarez. Everything else has been perfect about his performance.
His build-up play has been really good. He has. It's been good, his build-up.
Gets here and doesn't know where to go.
It's that final pass or that final ball, and when you're looking at the 2 against the potential 2 at the back, if he can just keep his composure a little bit more, I feel as though there's a second goal here for Real Madrid and to see this game off for Fran Aquiza.
Henderson. To Salah, reverse to Elastico again. No room to manoeuvre or turn. Real Madrid can pick him off. And Fran Aquiza, as you said, can win this game in 2. He will be your South American UEFA Champions League Challenge winner. does come in again from PJ Suarez. I can imagine it's another attacking move as time is not on his side. You're right to say his build-up play is fantastic. Just can't find that final key to unlock the defensive door. This Real Madrid backline. Mendy has been so far forward. Again and again and again. Gareth Bale recycles well to Lucas Vazquez. Again, the fullbacks are bombing on. Modric drops the shoulder. Looks for goal number 2. Modric back to Toni Kroos. It's Vazquez involved in this perfect combination. Minutes left. Otherwise, it'll be the only goal of Eden Hazard. Will be a goal to separate these two. Has to get the ball across. Chance goes down to Grau. Gordon, what a save! Courtois.
It's very, very bad defending, I'll be honest. He went to ground, he rushed it. But then Courtois with an outstanding save. Big left hand to force it out for a corner. It's getting nervy at the back. You can tell that for Franqueza and Real Madrid.
We thought it'd be a 5 at the back. There it is. That's why it's been sort of reversing from a 5-3-2 to a 3-5-2 at times for Madrid. It could be an argument to why it's been so hard for PJ Suarez to break him down. He's got a corner here. It's about 10 minutes FIFA time left. Curtis Jones from the edge of the box will be ambitious to win it from that far out. This is nice from Norris! Of all people, this the right back of Liverpool has just gone forward to bag that goal.
The fullback turned central striker all of a sudden to potentially see us into extra time and penalties. Wow. What a finish as well, by the way.
I mean, when a defender gets on the ball in that sort of area, you never know what to expect. That was a born striker-esque finish. Mane back to Jones. He could seal the deal now. He really could. PJ Suarez might be sending us into a third game.
Absolutely incredible. You cannot predict these games at all. When you look at these matchups, you seem as though you predict it, you know which way it's going, and then the game just completely turns on the drop of a hat. Benzema comes on to try and salvage something for Real Madrid.
You can't argue against the stats, Richard, that he has been dominating possession in some way, just hasn't been finding that final ball through or key to unlock this 5 in the back defence that he has had to play against. See, it's a little bit like you played a 5 back against me, now I'll play a 5 back against you if I need to fall back into it. Luis Diaz might just be the hero. There is an equaliser to be had by Real Madrid. Hazard back to Benzema. We said about him being a hero. Benzema! Save with the feet of Alisson.
I think it very well might have been red timed as well.
We Whipped in towards the front post. Alaba's there. Another corner. This time whipped in deep. And that should do us, or maybe it shouldn't. Vinicius, back to Rodrigo. Last chance for Madrid. Hazard. Can he find a cutback? No, he can't. That goes out for a throw, and it is game over. And it will be. A third game needed again.
Wow.
Middle East gave us a third game, and South America will give us a third game as well between these two. Possession was in his favour for so long. We said all he's got to do is try and score a few goals. Eventually, he was able to get there, Richard, and bag those extra goals he needed to send this into a third and final matchup.
Yeah, we might be here all the way up to 7:30 at this rate. We'll be getting off this and go watch the Champions League final straight away, because it's game threes all the way through at the moment, it would seem. As soon as you think one person's in control, as soon as you think one player's in control, the game turns and we go down another route. And then the game turns again, then we go down another route, and it's just ebbing and flowing. The tide is completely coming and going, and it's really hard to predict.
So look at the highlights from that game. As we said, it was a great early start from Eden Hazard, who did kick off his mark in this UEFA Champions League Challenge final after 17 minutes. And then it was just frustration of the highest order for Liverpool. They couldn't find a way through. They're just knocking and knocking at the door of Real Madrid. He had 72% possession at half-time to PJ Suarez. And eventually, the defence did crack of Real Madrid, and there was a way back in the tie.
Yeah, there certainly was. It came from this corner right here. Curtis Jones on the edge of the box. He moved, he manoeuvred the space to Norris to rifle that home at the near post. 5 minutes left in the game. Sadio Mane got away from David Alaba. Cut it back to Curtis Jones. Gordon offloaded it to Diaz, who finished past the goalkeeper, and that was the winning moment. This is a huge chance. Karim Benzema off the bench. Red time shot.
He did time it red, didn't he? It was just not perfect for a player that hasn't really featured at all, let's be honest, in this UEFA Champions League challenge. He's a striker, which no doubt is great, but he just doesn't offer you the pace you want for a starting player. Off the bench, like onto a game, absolutely. He'll offer you that and that striker's instinct that not many players will be able to provide you there. Safe with the feet of Alisson, and Rich, we're back to a 1-1 scenario. It's the third game here, and it's a winners take all. A PlayStation 5 on the line and €500. Will it be the Brazilian or the Argentine player that will come out on top? Let's have a look at the tactical changes that are going to be made from Madrid here, because he played a 5 at the back at moments in that game. It looks to start in a 5-3-2 again, but he didn't really have any possession. Yes, you can argue he can play counter-attacking style football, but how long for can he play that style? Because he did get caught out in the end.
How long is that style reasonable and realistic? I think that's the question. You can see the top two, Vinicius Jr. and Bale's going to be leading the line. Hazard was inside on that sort of left centre mid role, where he was sort of cutting inside a little bit and then offering up the finesse shots. I think, Brandon, you've seen something interesting there, have you?
No, I just thought for a second he's going to be starting in a 5-back, but he's in a 4. I thought he was matching him up head-to-head there. But no, 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, it looks to be the way. 5-back there. Casemiro comes in as a centre-back, which, of course, he can move into a midfielder in-game.
So with that right wing-back and left wing-back, if I'm playing in a scenario, I'm thinking there's going to be space down those flanks. I want to overload those areas. I want to get those wing-backs up. And then you can double up on the central midfielders. You can have the left wing-back and the left centre-mid, and then the right wing-back and the right centre-mid against the 4-1-2-1-2's outside midfielders. I think that's where you might be able to see Eden Hazard and potentially Luka Modric getting a little bit of the ball and maybe offloading to those wing-backs.
Well, for a third and final time in South America, we'll play this game of Liverpool-Madrid. It was Fran Urquiza that did take the first win in the best-of-3 series. Then after being dominated, quite literally, by PJ Suarez in his Liverpool side in game number 2, we've had to remote to this. The best-of-3 final matchup. The game of all games that will crown you as champion here today. Are we going to see another bright start from Liverpool, who haven't actually led at all across these games between these two players? Maybe can change now. Fell on Mendy, options in the box. Bale will be lurking there. Cutback finds Hazard. Vinicius Junior, reverse elastico. It's the hero of game one, Norris. Fullback. Now, just to stand in the way there as that shot blazes wide. Still remember like it was yesterday, Richard, when we were commentating over this exact tournament last year, the Champions League final of last year, where we saw Man City take on Chelsea. And we saw the exact same scenario, 90 rated game mode, which meant that we saw Chelsea youngsters and Man City youngsters that you would never normally see involved in real football. But on the virtual game, they were deemed good enough for the job.
They keep in there, keep amongst it with the youngsters. You're always looking for that position. You're looking for that extra fullback, that extra striker, that extra winger. I think last year we saw, was it Musonda playing quite a lot?
Yeah. They featured a few times, did Chelsea winger. You hope this Champions League final this time round might have a few more goals in it. Trent, very high from full-back. Looks to continue his run now for PJ Suarez. Looks to be the provider of all. It was so close to being on a plate there for Mohamed Salah. Wouldn't have got an easier goal. Modric. My God, he's been heavily involved. Ball that was.
Hold on. Mane's in.
Forward finds Mane. Mane.
Penalty.
Penalty. He's pulled it back. Could be a red card as well. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. From a 5-back to a 4-back by no fault of his own. Casemiro red card. Mohamed Salah from the spot for PJ Suarez to put him up by a goal to the good. Steps up, down the middle, scores.
Now we have a game on our hands. Liverpool 1-0 up. In the driver's seat, Mohamed Salah slots it in from the penalty spot. Changes have to be made. You've got to come out the 5-back for Real Madrid.
I mean, this could be dangerous, Richard. This could be a game over moment. You forget the penalty being one thing, but then the red card being potentially a killer. And where do you sacrifice on the pitch? What position? Surely a forward.
Well, you go into a back four. You maybe don't play with like a centre mid. I don't know. I think he still might be in a 5-2-1-2 just without a centre back.
Well done. This could be awful now. Mane for two if he can capitalise on it. Hazard, surely ball roll. They might have 10 men, but they're not done. They are far but done in this game.
This is remarkable. You go down to 10 men and then you get a goal out of nowhere. Whoa. How does that work? Will the extra man pay dividends for Liverpool? Or will Real Madrid find that extra inch that they always seem to do in the Champions League?
Just offside, Mane. Just offside. An inch. A whisker. Sadio Mane What a finish it was regardless. And you're right to say Madrid always find their way. Ferland Mendy. Still happy to bomb on forward from that left-hand side. Wins it back nicely. Toni Kroos now tries to spread it out to Eden Hazard, the goal scorer. He now finds himself in an unfamiliar right-wing position. Gordon punches it to Mane's feet. Can't get past Vasquez, who's this time just had to tuck in as a right-wing back.
It's a good tackle as well. A really good tackle. Just coming across and snuffing out any danger.
So this attack is relentless from Liverpool. Trent this time on a play. There it is. Mohamed Salah will find his mark, will find his goal. 4 minutes away from half-time. And you have to give credit to the fullback there of Trent, just driving forward on the overlap.
Just before half-time, I think the extra man right there, Brandon, proving it's just almost impossible to defend. If Liverpool wanted to go for this, if PJ Suarez wanted to go for this, I think he could kill this game off. I think he would overload, overlap, and get 4 or 5 goals.
Modric, no. What a save.
Goalkeeper movement's incredible right there.
What a save on the stroke of half-time. Modric so close to bringing Madrid back into this one. Well. Half-time, Salah's got 2 goals. One from the spot, one on a play from Trent Alexander-Arnold at the halfway point. Madrid only have 10 men. This is our deciding matchup here in South America in the best of 3. And at the moment, it's PJ Suarez, who is fighting back after being 1 game down in the best of 3. We're looking at a potential deja vu scenario of what the Middle East region did.
Reverse sweeps, yeah.
So what the South American scene is going to be doing.
And what's Europe going to offer? We get to see a little bit more of the competition with the semi-finals.
Bale. Way through on that occasion. Still could be a chance. Luka Modric! Again, stopped in his tracks by Alisson. Vasquez goes down! Referee points to the spot, evens the game out. This time it's not a red card, but regardless, it's Eden Hazard on for a brace. And there'll be a battle of who scores the first hat-trick. Here comes Hazard, he scores from the spot.
Well, the battle of the penalties this game. The referee is making sure everyone remembers his name. It was a penalty. It definitely was a penalty. Just collided alongside Vasquez. I think it was Jordan Henderson as he moved into the box.
Salah on for the hat-trick. He's got to play him. Goes on his own. Curtis Jones. Chance!
Rebound!
No! How on earth has that not gone in?
How are we missing that? How are we missing that? Diaz from 4 yards out.
Mendy, cut back, one more pass. This will be remarkable. Remarkable from Madrid. Still could be. Save again, Alisson. Some of the heroics in this game has been ridiculous.
It's just been a mesmeric game, it really has.
And to seal the deal, potentially, Andy Robertson from fullback.
What is he doing up there? What is he doing up there? Has he just scored the winning goal?
I mean, this game has been ridiculous, by the way.
Oh, it really has.
Goalkeeper heroics from Alisson.
So end to end.
Maybe not. Maybe we're not done yet, Richard. Franja Quiza wins a corner. 20 minutes left to play here, Madrid. 3-2 down. Still, a lot of time left to be played, though.
What's going to give?
Just a fight with having 10 men on the pitch. That's been ridiculous from Real Madrid, in my opinion. Still could be in. Another chance. Luka Modric. Or Toni Kroos, whether it seems to falter around there. Can't find the back of the net.
You just have to think, when these games are so tightly contested, it's those little mistakes and those little moments that separate good and great. Can separate first and second as well.
Remember, this is for a PlayStation 5 and €500 guaranteed. With a win in this one. Joined us as of yet is the European finals following this one. 2 semi-finals and a grand final. Curtis Jones finds Mane. Can't find a way past Alaba though. Valverde off the bench, fresh, just to inject his pace into this midfield now and his presence. Rodrigo, Benzema, reverse elastico, Benzema steal. Joel Matip in the way, he's been hustled by the French forward. Does remain calm though. Very brave from Liverpool there.
What, you got
been
six,
surprising
six
how
and a
well he's
half?
done with 10 players on the pitch, Richard. It doesn't feel like he's had 10 players.
No, he doesn't. He's played very, very impressive with a man less on the pitch. He's made a real game of it.
So he needs to score another one, but it's not going to stop him. Well, it's the reverse sweep that we see again. Potentially so. If he can just defend this last attack, he will be champion here in South America. Brazilian PJ Suarez, who was one game down in the best of 3, has bounced back in the best way possible. Or is there one more twist? Benzema. Still Benzema. Oh, wow. 10 men! Fran Yaquiza, the Argentine that says, no, I'm not done yet. And so similar to what Real Madrid have been like in real life. A never say die attitude. It looks as if golden goal is going to be needed.
Never count Madrid off. Never count them out. It's very, very simple. Ever. They score goals when you don't expect anything. When you think the game's over, they manage to find a way.
Golden goal again. I mean, I'll be honest, I thought it was game done. Game over, game, set and match, finished. But no, once again, they step up and just do what they do. Real Madrid, it's always Benzema. Benzema, Real Madrid, the two of them together create some of the biggest moments we've seen this year in the Champions League. On the virtual pitch, though, it's doing the same thing here. These three matches will come down to golden goal to decide a PlayStation 5 and €500. It's going to be the smallest of margins and the biggest of games to decide this one in the end in here in South America.
It's just the never say die attitude, but also the composure when you have a chance like that to then put it away. How many times do we see chances go at the end of the game and they get rushed, they get panicked, so you red time it or you put it wide? Just kept calm. Just kept calm and just slotted it home.
Kept so calm and ensured that at the end of it, it was job done. Massive, massive game that, by the way. 10 men Real Madrid up, by the way. We have to give them credit. And somehow still came out. The referee was loving that game. Penalty either side. Drama. 91st minute equaliser. It's pretty much the perfect Champions League final that was played virtually.
If we get a game like that tonight, I think we're all going to be happy.
Well, here we go then, Rich. Golden goal. First goal wins it. First goal is your South American PlayStation UEFA Champions League Challenge final winner. Let's jump into it right now to see who grabs this all-important goal. Will it be Real Madrid? Will it be Liverpool? Let's find out. Vinicius. Back inside, Fran. Yaquiza are building up nicely. Hazard! What a save, Alisson, who has been remarkable so many times for PJ Suarez.
The goalkeepers have been sublime. Not only in this Latin America region, but also in the Middle East region as well, Brandon. Just pulling saves out you just did not expect to make.
This is a message from Benjamin Walker. Benjamin Walker, can you please come to reception? Your wife is waiting for you.
Curtis Jones getting Liverpool going with their first chance. Mane for Liverpool. Got Salah queuing up in the box. He's got other options there. Corner. Played short and with pace. Clever dummy there. Didn't quite find the full run of the player. Interesting tease of run there from Gordon, Liverpool youngster that does feature in this 90-rated format. Might fancy it from that far out, says no. Salah does instead. Just offside.
Is it going to be an early goal, or will we prolong the pressure and the stress even longer?
Maybe this is it. Vinicius for Madrid. Alisson. No wonder he had a team of the season this year. After the year he's had. Modric, Vinicius, Bale. Haven't seen too much of Gareth Bale since he was so heavily involved in that first opening fixture in the Middle East. Gordon. PJ Suarez, Gordon. Fluffed his lines.
Everything's so nice until the finish.
Warm again. Driving down this right-hand side, finds Curtis Jones. But this is golden goal if you have just joined us here. What a turn, what a turn. Sadio Mane, seal the deal. Courtois spreads himself. It's another ridiculous save.
Where's the composure? Little ball roll past the goalkeeper. He's rushing out at you. You've got time.
Turn, Bale. Could be a smash and grab here. Gareth Bale, Alisson. Cannot be beaten at this moment in time. Vinicius, Casemiro. They're recycling their troops as best as they can.
I'm shocked there's not been a goal yet, honestly.
It's a bit of an overload happening at the back post here. This is nice. Mane, reversal has to go. Mane still. Mane still for Liverpool. Not even on target.
Again, I think I've just seen the red flash. I think that's been red timed again. Over the top of the crossbar. It wasn't. But it's a big chance missed, regardless.
Modric, lovely ball, finds Bale. Is this the goal? Is this the chance? Bale tries to steady himself. There's golden goal. And there is your winner. Fran Yuquiza of Argentina will be your South American champion. And I mean, they both had chances. That was a great little episode of Golden Goal there. Some unbelievable saves, especially from Alisson. But there's that chance of Sadio Mane. You have to look back and go, how have you not scored?
The Mane chance is huge, but also, what do we say? Gareth Bale, he weren't that loud. We didn't really see him too much during that final match. And he just comes out of nowhere, scores the winning goal. Doesn't matter how it goes in. All that matters is you get that one goal to solidify it, to make sure that you are pushing ahead and making sure that that spot is yours.
No, amazing scenes again. That is it in terms of golden goal. Fran Yuquiza will be your Argentinian South American champion. He picks up a PlayStation 5 and €500. The man that just lost to him, I mean, fair play, what a game it was. From one down in the bracket, or in the best of three, sorry, forced the reset and nearly came back and performed the reverse sweep. Here's the highlights from the three matches you have just watched, including golden goal. There is so much to talk about, and there is so much Liverpool moments which were brilliant, but more importantly, it kicked off with a bit of Real Madrid dominance. Here's some of the moments across these games. This was the last game you just saw. It was a red card and they were down to 10 men, but this did not stop the Real Madrid pursuit, who was just still so impressive, Richard, when they only had 10 players on the pitch.
Yeah, so much space, wasn't there, in behind. Eden Hazard stuck the ball in the back of the net. Alexander-Arnold cut it back from Mo Salah. He taps into a empty net. But have a look at that. Luka Modric, what a save that is from Alisson. Just on the stroke of half-time. A mistake out the back. Modric picked up the pieces again, and Alisson was not to be defeated. It had to go down to a penalty that was given for a trip on Lucas Vazquez. Eden Hazard slotted it in. Gordon with a lovely bit of dribbling. How was that missed? How was that missed? I can watch that time and time again, and I will not be able to tell you how that hasn't found the back of the net. Robertson was the goal scorer to put Liverpool 3-2 ahead. Real Madrid did not go down without a fight, though. Winning the ball back high up the pitch time and time again. Toni Kroos put that one wide. Just have a look at the top left corner. You can see the minute, 89. We're ticking over to the 90th. Karim Benzema. Ball roll inside the box. Right-footed strike over the top of the goalkeeper, and it took us to golden goal.
Yeah, golden goal that gave us this chance here that Sadio Mane should have scored for PJ Suarez, and then we saw the ultimate moment. The golden goal winner. The goal that won him a PlayStation 5 and €500. It comes up in just a few seconds' time. It was Gareth Bale that got it. And I believe this could be the build-up now. It was a lovely ball over the top. Just watch him compose himself with Gareth Bale, the star of the show that was a little bit quiet in South America, but popped up with the most important finish. That's your bracket. That's your final four. Massive GGs to the top four. And more importantly, a massive well done to Fran Urquiza 1, who is your Argentinian PlayStation winner here in the UEFA Champions League Challenge. It's 2 for Real Madrid, Richard. 2 from 3 of Real Madrid coming out on top in this. Liverpool,
Yeah, well,
where are we at?
we're going over to Europe, and we'll see if it continues. We also have much more games as well, many more games for you in Europe, because we're going to be joining the tournament in the semi-final stages instead of just the final. So we'll have the semi-final number 1, semi-final number 2, and then our grand final. So potentially 9 legs of FIFA, potentially 6, or depending on how the tournament run does go for our semi-finalists. But that's coming up very shortly indeed. If you're watching at home and you think, you know what, I fancy a bit of that, I can get involved, there is the link to do it. Compete.playstation.com. Sign up, link your accounts, and it's simple as that. You can scroll through many different tournaments across multiple different games and genres and get involved on the competition centre.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break now before we jump into Europe and conclude our UEFA Champions League Challenge. We've got 2 semi-finals, as you said, and a grand final on the way. Still plenty more FIFA and plenty more Real Madrid against Liverpool matchups as we preview tonight's big UEFA Champions League final. We're off for a break. When we get back, we'll be kicking off with some more FIFA. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. to the UEFA Champions League Challenge Finals. You join us for the final stage of 3 here today as we preview the big one tonight, Liverpool against Real Madrid. But before that, in the FIFA 22 tour, we've been to the Middle East, we've been to South America, and now it's back to a region that we know very well here in Europe. My name is Brandon Smith. I've been joined by Richard Buckley for the call of today's games. And Rich, we're in Europe, and I'm excited for it.
I'm very, very excited to watch what Europe has to offer. We saw a collection of some of the European players who compete in the PlayStation Competition Centre yesterday at the E-Champions League finals. They were there, part of the Icon Face-Off. Just one of the huge benefits that you can get for playing well and competing well in the E-Champions League tournaments that go on around that with Sony and PlayStation. But here, we're looking at the Champions League Challenge, and they're the 4 names that are competing.
Well, as we said, we have got 4 names here: a Frenchman, a German, a Spanish FIFA player, and a player based out in Austria. It's Nifab 27, Twitch Dave 14, Dimens, and then Estvaz. I'm going to guess that's Justin from Austria. I tell you what, very young FIFA players as well, from 16, 17 and 2 18-year-olds here. We saw 27-year-olds, 24-year-olds across Middle East and South America. Here it is the young guns that are keen to play for some serious cash and prizes here. And the best of all, we are taking you through the semi-final stages of both of these games before we have our grand finals. There's a bit more to talk about here. There's a bit more to analyse as we build up to our big grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know the teams, we know the players, we know what they're going to be competing for, but there's a couple of question marks about how they're going to play, what the nerves are going to be like, and what's the general atmosphere going into these matchups. We're also watching from a semi-final perspective as well. Same format. With that, it's going to be a best of 3. However, the fact that there's more data that we can watch, we can see a semi-finalist and then a finalist and see how they progress. Maybe I think we might see a couple of 2-0s for the simple fact that you've got a little bit more time to warm up. You've got a little bit more time to get used to it. You can sort of take the semi-final and then progress into the final full of confidence, just as Nifab is wanting to do, from France, 18 years of old. You can find him on social media at Fabian2706.
Yeah, he's a big Liverpool fan as well. He's put in one of our player questionnaires on the build-up to today. Let's have a look at some of the other players that are competing in this tournament. We have got Twitch Dave 14 from Spain, one of the youngest, or the youngest competitor in this tournament. Favourite team is Real Madrid. Second favourite team is Milan. Of course, we won't be seeing those in action today, but we know he will be back in Real Madrid as his team of choice. Looking across the board as well at some of the other players in today's tournament. We'll do that a little bit later on today with Sabas and D Men's. That's our first semi-final coming up though between Nifab and Twitch Dave. Have your vote in the chat right now if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube or on Facebook. Have you say who you think is going to come out on top in this one. It is going to be an interesting game. The French player against the Spanish player to kick off things here. No surprise that he is a big Real Madrid fan. I'm sure he'll be back in Madrid to go the full way today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't feel the pressure. I can't imagine the pressure that he's feeling, should I say, right now with this game that's coming up. And then you've got, in just over 4 hours' time, Kickoff from the Stade de France. It's going to be potentially an amazing or potentially a disappointing day. If you're unsuccessful here and then Liverpool pick up the Champions League later on today, will Real Madrid make it 14 Champions League titles? That is a sublime amount of silverware that they've won. I'm sure we remember that period of dominance they had with Ronaldo, Bale, Modric, Casemiro, Kroos, all there, all dominating. Sergio Ramos, what was it, three Champions Leagues in a row that they picked up? Just a feat that I don't think we'll see replicated, really.
What's going to be interesting about this game as well, as we see the stat poll come in that Nifab gets the majority of the votes, is that Nifab came in and said his favourite team is Liverpool out of the 2. And we've got one player that's gone for Real Madrid. Technically, that should be okay. I mean, in terms of the seeding process. Everyone else that we've seen across the Middle East and especially in South America in our player sort of bios, they've all gone for for the same team, which has made someone probably a bit of a disadvantage, you could say, in terms of they haven't had the team they would have wanted to use. Can't moan too much as both players are using teams of 90 rated overall. So that's going to be interesting to see if they do get the teams that they want to use in this one. Remember, if you do win, you do get some serious cash prizes here. We'll have a look, if we can, at the prize pot breakdown of the top 4 split, because if you don't win in your semi-final, you do get a top 4 spot. There is still stuff to play for in third place. I think it's a €250 PSN voucher.
Yeah, both third and fourth will be taking home €250 worth of PSN credit. So the third and fourth, obviously you want to progress because you double straight away. If you finish first or second, you're guaranteed €500, and if you are winning your region, just as we've seen in Middle East and in Latin America, you'll be taking home a PlayStation 5 as well.
There you have it. That's the breakdown for the top 4 players that are here today. Win one game, you're guaranteed to pretty much double the value of the prize you've won. But this time you get it in cash form, not PSN credits to spend in the PlayStation Store, which you could use for FIFA points regardless, but you will get cash here. We're going to jump into our first game then. It's going to be Liverpool against Real Madrid as we build up to tonight's UEFA Champions League final. We're back in Europe. Here we go, semi-final time. And let's see if it's gone the way it has. Yeah, Nefab gets Liverpool. No surprise there. That's his team of choice. And Real Madrid will be used by the Spaniard of Twitch, Dave. Will we see another episode and another aspect of dominance from Real Madrid, though? Building nicely from the get-go. Could be a gift if it falls kindly to Gordon.
Oh. Could have been. Looking to put the pressure on early doors, wasn't he? Liverpool. You see the second man pressing as well. Squeezing high up the pitch. He's throwing a lot of bodies forward.
Just a quick look at these teams. Didn't really get the full chance to break the teams down. Very much similar in some regards. We'll have a little look at the back lines and the midfield, sets up in the midfield to see how that is currently looking. It is Camavinga that gets the shout in this one, though, as you've rightly said. He picks up the ball now, does the French youngster. It will be, no doubt, very much important to this team in the midfield.
Just saw across the back 4 there for Real Madrid. David Alaba was picking up possession. Camavinga, Valverde as well in midfield. It's Alaba and it looks to be Eder Militao across the back 4. Steps across again, does that David Alaba, and does well.
It's the Greek fullback of Tsikmas that gets the call-up for the first ever time as a centre-back. For Nefab, it's been normally one of the youngsters that have featured in the team. That being Bradley Orr. A chance, there you go. Curtis Jones from central midfield will become a centre forward to open up his account with 16 minutes on the clock.
Almost out of nothing. Trent Alexander-Arnold played the ball inside. Thiago moved the order then. Just not what you expect. Curtis Jones pulling out a Magiri spin inside the box, but that's what these 90-rated game modes can give you.
There's the first one. It'll be Liverpool dominance for the first time. The space for Rodrigo to run into. Towards the back post, Asensio! Just about! He made that very difficult for a sudden.
Just about squeezed it over the line, didn't he? Rodrigo ran pretty much the entire length of the pitch from the halfway line. Whipped it to the back post, and Asensio dribbled it into the back of the net.
Game on. Just 24 minutes. Diaz. Surely good hands, Courtois. He didn't get there, that would have been going straight through to Mohamed Salah, and you can probably guess. Well, that ball was going to end up in the back of the net. Rodrigo in another running race now. Simicas. Vinicius. Ooh. Good save. That one does fall. For a corner. Played on quickly. Look at the space. Vinicius has got the pace. Ball roll, surely. Goes the difficult way. Couldn't quite use the ball roll. Instead, just went for a heavy touch on the right, but it made the angle just too tight.
Yeah, I just don't think he... It's too tight of an angle, wasn't he? I don't think he knew where he wanted to go or what he needed to do.
Mane, he's got the pace. Goes on his own. Tap in, available. Too tight of an angle, Mohamed Salah. Can't find Diaz or anyone in that. Again, there could have been a pass on if we're being critical. Well, Mane did so well to get into the original space, but could have played the one more.
It is such a tight angle for Mohamed Salah. It looked like it was going to drop nicely to him for a second, and then just couldn't quite squeeze the shot away at the near post.
Apologise for the full technical difficulties there as we jump around the feeds of these games. All these players are playing from the comfort of their own homes. It's a full remote broadcast. Asensio has been incredible here. Running rings around the fence of Liverpool players, provides the perfect extra pass to Hazard. And now Madrid will take the lead.
Eden Hazard. Right place, right time, but Marco Asensio take about. What incredible close control dribbling from the Spaniard. He was dipping and diving and dancing in around that Liverpool defence. No one could get near him, and they just laid it back on a plate for Hazard.
Well. Madrid looking to make it a full house. Results here. UEFA Champions League Challenge final. One in the Middle East, they've won in South America. At the moment, it's the youngest player in this tournament, Twitch Davema, the 16-year-old from Spain whose favourite team is Real Madrid. Looking to write himself into history books himself. And he said this has been his greatest achievement in competitive FIFA, getting to this stage in the tournament alone.
Do you think we'll see a 2-0, Brandon?
We haven't seen one yet, have we?
We've not.
Diaz. Can't back available, finds Mane. Can't turn though. Thiago might though. Mane. Still. Clean finish at goal. There was players standing in the way, which made it difficult. Watford in play. Just about towards the back post. Bale will be there, and so Asensio will be there. Gareth Bale not involved in this 111 for the first time across today's broadcast. The Welsh forward, who has been very viable and good for players, is not nodded upon. Mohamed Salah can make it 2-2 though. Too much time, maybe. It's a nice turn away from the player originally, but finish wasn't there.
Should do more for me. I feel like you have to get a shot away. And Real Madrid could make you rue that mistake.
One more pass. Can he find it? Goes down to ground. Referee says get back up on your feet. Says there's nothing wrong with that. Whips in. What was a great ball. The path of Ferland Mendy, the French fullback.
For me right there, there's just a couple of times where Liverpool have been in good opportunities, and whether it's not taking the button off R2, whether it's fluffing the chances in a one-on-one scenario, just has to be a little bit more composed.
Curtis Jones. The only goal scorer for Liverpool so far in this game, which doesn't mean much at this moment in time. This being a best-of-3 format.
That's nice.
Good feed from Vinicius. Still really good. He's tracked by the Greek defender. Thiago, it's fallen kindly. He will be able to reverse Elastico. Self out of danger, but unfortunately that doesn't happen. It's a bit interesting there. Possession's given back, and that could be... Oof. Very close. Asensio, what a chance this is to end the game. Wins a corner.
Something's got to go. A couple of subs coming on. Oxlade-Chamberlain. Jota, I think that was as well. Roberto Firmino as well. 3 central midfielders all been introduced.
Whipped in deep. Rigo into the hands of Alisson. 10 minutes away from the end of this first game in the semi-final. The amount of Real Madrid shirts bobbing on forward. Bale's now on the pitch and he's in there. It's a 4-on-2 for a split second. It still is an overload in the box. They've got to play it. They've got to work this well. Mahrez. He's not even on the pitch. Then Hazard came close. That one headed away towards the back post. Again, Mendy's there. It goes for another corner. That keeps it in, does Rodrigo. Chance of Vinicius to drive away. Hazard. Valverde linking in well. Clever now from David.
Yeah, smart.
Just take minutes out of this game. You can see the constant press that was implied by the likes of Andy Robertson, who's got no stamina left now, let alone any energy to run. Ooh. There's the frustration coming through, which you can understand. But part one of this potentially 3 story. It's going to be a win for Madrid. It's David of Spain, the youngest competitor here left in Europe, just 16, showing some serious maturity there to just manage out that game in the end. He was 1-0 down, but found his way back to winning 2-1 in the end. And overall, he's on his way to potentially getting into that grand final.
And I think the maturity that he talks about there really shone through. And even at such a sort of a young age, when FIFA players 18, 19, 20 years old, they've been playing for half their lives. Like, they're mature still, even at such a young age. Keeping the ball, moving it around. You don't have to score another goal. You've got the goal. You've got the lead. You've got the advantage. The mental advantage as well, going into that second game. I think, I asked you in the game, are we going to see a 2-0? I think we are. I think we're going to see a 2-0 right now.
You think so? It was quite a tight game, though. We'll see the highlights from that first leg between these two players now. What makes you say that, Rich? You just think there's just going to be a bit of a pull-away effect in this second game?
I think there will, and I think Liverpool, we get to see here, opened the scoring, but then didn't capitalise on the chances that they got. They had numerous opportunities, and I think he'll probably be looking back at it and maybe kicking himself a little bit and thinking, should have done better with the chances and the opportunities that came my way, because I mean, we're going to see a few of them sort of probably in highlight packages, maybe on social media, like when you look at it and you think, what am I doing? Why didn't I just shoot? The one, for me, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, ball roll, scoop turn, he went to the opposite direction. If he goes to the left, I think you open up the space and maybe get a shot away. He went to the right, and unfortunately, the goalkeeper in Thibaut Courtois smothered it well. Yeah,
there's another chance as well where Mane had a sort of a one-on-one, could have played the one more pass,
yep.
But he had a few moments like that, Fabian, and it has to be corrected in this second game if there is any chance of a third and final matchup in this best of 3. If you have just joined us, by the way, this is the UEFA Champions League Challenge presented by PlayStation and EA Sports FIFA. We've had 3 different tournaments running today that we have been concluding and commentating on here. We've been giving away PlayStation 5s, lots of money, thousands of euros, 500 euros to each winner and runner-up in our tournament here. And we're doing it for one final time in Europe, all in the build-up to tonight's Champions League final between Liverpool and Real Madrid. So let us know in the comments, if you haven't done so already, who you think is going to win tonight's game. So far on the virtual pitch, it's been all Real Madrid winning. Liverpool have not made it easy, but Real Madrid have just been able to come out on top so far, which has been the same story across the 3 different regions at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and I think, is Real Madrid going to continue this dominant reign? We'll have to wait and see, but with Dani Carvajal's in the arena, he's getting a few shots away, and just like that, we're into game number 2 of this European semi-final. Number 1, we've got 2 semi-finals coming up for you, and then our grand final from Europe. Should probably be looking to finish, I would say, about 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock potentially, so enough time to get something to eat before the big Champions League final.
Well, there will be David, known as Twitch Dave, picking in that Madrid strip from right to left. It is Real Madrid or Liverpool only you can use in this tournament, just giving it that extra Champions League final effect. Here's Asensio, he's been so good. Delayed the shot, the goalkeeper movement followed it, but maybe just delayed it a bit too much. What a golden chance that was from the get-go for Asensio. Rodrigo links him with his fellow Brazilian counterpart. Vinicius Junior, steal Rodrigo! Oh, just wide.
Love the cancel though on that chance.
Hazard, is he onside? No, he's not. What finish regardless from the Belgian winger. Look at the space. Rodrigo could be through. There is an option at the back post that is waiting. It's one thing getting into the box and having so much time and space, but just can't do much more. Mane wins the running race. Ball roll, easy as you like. Drops it back inside. Probably a bit too much again from both players in the attacking third. Out of play. I think maybe they're just thinking about a bit too much about some of these attacks, Rich.
Yeah, I think just overthinking it. We see a few of the cancels, a few of the skill moves. Just once that first goal goes in, I think we'll see the game open up, certainly. As of right now, we're in that cagey affair.
Nasty done, Mane. Rodrigo. Been so impressed by Asensio, by the way, in this game, Richard. He's been sort of in this team instead of Gareth Bale that we saw across our other matches today, but he's offered just the same amount of an impact in this attacking sense. Yes, he's not got the same height as Bale. Back to goal, Luis Diaz now, can't find his way. Around the player.
I think Asensio was one of those picks that probably goes under the radar a little bit. In over Bale, in over Benzema. Eden Hazard getting the start, alongside Camavinga as well. I've been really impressed by his involvement in the centre of the park, alongside Valverde.
Again, a player that hasn't really featured for everyone. I mean, obviously you've got the more taller players like Casemiro and Camavinga. Salah, Thiago, is he on? No, he's not. Smallest of margins here. Carvajal. There's options there. Defended well by Virgil van Dijk. Half-time is soon approaching here. He's currently 1 win on the board for Twitch, Dave. 16-year-old Spanish FIFA player who said that this has been his best achievement, qualifying for this final four of the Champions League Challenge finals. Vinicius still trying to do what he can. Fair play defensively. He's been so sound. What a ball that is over the top to find Sadio Mane. Both again solid at the back. It's Eder Militao down one end alongside Alaba, and I mean this defensive display that's also been immaculate. Look at the XG from both of the two players. 67% possession in the favour of David so far. But you could, as we said before, you could have all the possession in the world, Rich. If you're not scoring from it, it doesn't mean anything.
We've seen possession be futile in the matches today. In the majority of matches as well, I think a lot of the time it's been the lower possession player who's gone on to win. So there's a lot of FIFA left to be played here, but Real Madrid 45 minutes away from maybe a golden goal scenario, or will we see goals start to get scored?
Sensio. Chance, steal, Vinicius! There we go! The possession stat now paying off officially, with a 1-goal lead to add to it.
We were waiting for something. We were waiting for the goal. And there you have it. Breaking the deadlock. Will he do the same tonight? Vinicius Jr. What a player. What a season he's had, by the way. Vinicius Jr. A real breakout season.
Again, it comes back to that conversation of just how well those players have nurtured, or have been nurtured out Real Madrid, the likes of Rodrigo and Vinicius, those young Brazilian players that have come through and just sort of found their feet in La Liga. Thiago. Back to Mane now. Liverpool on the hunt for an equaliser. Sadio Mane, good save. Courtois. We haven't had a 2-0 yet in a best of three. We are 30 minutes away from seeing one. I don't mean to curse us, but we might be on for one, Rich.
In the way that he's played, the possession that he's held, the composure that he's showed, it's been very, very professional. I think that's the best way to describe it.
And look, he's got that element to his game as well, Rich, to have been able to manage it. Can he manage this? 25 minutes of constant pressure from Liverpool. I don't know what it's been today, but every single time it's been Real Madrid that, on the virtual pitch, have seemingly been just coming out on top every game. Luis Diaz, back to Thiago. Salah tries his best to spin away from the defender.
Paul's coming in. Oh, it's a bad loss.
That's very, very, very risky. Hodgson's queuing up in the box. What a tackle that is. What's important here is there's a pause being cued by Nifab. Do not let that man have the pause before at least the 80th minute.
Just keep moving it around the pitch. Keep the possession. Don't waste the ball. Just I say that. Referee blows us up and for a offside call.
Some changes being made for Real Madrid. Never seen that player, Peter, on the screen. Got a decent head of hair.
What do you think, Brandon? What we got left? 20 minutes? 15 minutes? Will we see a 2-0?
I'm calling a heroic save from Courtois and our first 2-0.
Wow.
Let's see. Is he onside, Robertson? No. Another chance wasted.
Camavinga, by the way, being very, very impressed by his involvement in the team. Should prick up ears if you're watching.
Rodrigo, Camavinga drops the shoulder, goes on his own. He wants to be the star of the show. He very nearly was. Nicely done, Rodrigo. This is where we said about that game management side to his game of David. He's only got a 1-goal lead, but he had a 1-goal lead in the last one. Was up by 2-1. Is this enough to send him into a grand final? It would guarantee him €500 as well. He's got 5.5 minutes, not even that now, 5 in-game minutes left. Just to see this one out. Hands up, looking for the goal, the cutback, there's the finish. We have a 2-0 in the best of 3 for the first time. It's needed Europe to step up, and it's needed the youngest player in the bracket, 16 years of age from Spain. It is David Martinez, using Real Madrid, that is into the European Grand Final.
Talk about an exclamation mark on a performance. The other 2 semi-finalists will be looking at this game, watching it, analysing it, looking at their future. Because David Martinez will be in that grand final.
Big commiserations to Nifab, who has just met his match in this semi-final. Vinicius makes it 3. And on that note, we can confirm a full-time result of Madrid 3, Liverpool 0. And a best of 3 that doesn't need a third game. It will be done in 2 by the Spaniard, who books a spot in our grand finals here. €500 guaranteed. A massive, massive congratulations to that player.
No, absolutely. I mean, you asked me in between the sort of interval, in between the 2 games, 2 legs, you said, why do you think, Richard? And sometimes you could just look at it and you could just see that it just seems a little bit slicker, seems a little bit smoother, almost more of a finished article. I think what we saw from David Martinez there, and I was impressed by his performance. I think he played really well. I think he controlled the tempo of the game, and as it started to get into those latter stages, he didn't rush to get the second goal. He was content at winning that game 1-0, but when a chance came, he took it really, really ruthlessly. Found a third in the last few moments of the game, and we'll go into that grand final in a really good, rich vein of form.
Yeah, let's have a look at the highlights from that game. As we said, it was a dominant second leg display in the end, winning 3-0. Here were some of the big moments from that game. Kicked off the game with just 5 minutes. It was Rodrigo that came so close to breaking the deadlock. Vinicius trying to tee him up. Then Vinicius did come flying forward in the 52nd minute. We had to wait a while to see the first goal. And after that, it was just pressure that was non-stop from Real Madrid. And you can't argue against it, Rich, because at the halfway point, the possession stat was in their favour.
It certainly was, but you see you got that 1-goal lead. Camavinga, little cancel inside the box there. Great save from Alisson. But still, look at the time. 85 minutes on the clock. He didn't rush to get this second goal. He did find it though with 3 minutes left on the clock. Rodrigo went through for 3. Cut it back to Vinicius Jr. and he slots it into the back of the net. Dave Martinez, 14. Clutches up 2-goal to win 2-0 against NIFAB, and he will be in your grand final. The question is, who's going to be joining him?
Yeah, the men's against Esvaz will be coming up next in our second semi-final. It's going to be an interesting one between these two players. They're on the bottom half of the bracket. Over here in Europe, it's a German against an Austrian, which plans to be an exciting game of FIFA. One did prefer Liverpool and one did prefer Real Madrid, so we expect to see hopefully the same scenario cross over here. The problem is if two Real Madrid winners are against each other in a final, I mean, who's going to get the pick? That's going to be where it does get slightly
probably
interesting.
The higher seeded player potentially. I mean, both unbeaten though so far, so we'll have to wait and see. That's not a question for us though. I'll let the admins sort that one out, and they can decide amongst themselves. The men's against Faz Justin. I think you probably watched what has just happened there on the European semi-final, and maybe you're taking a few things from that, but also you want to play your own game. You want to play at your own pace, whether you play possession style, maybe a narrow 4-1-2-1-2, and you look to overwhelm your opponent, whatever it may be. If you can play your own game going into the semi-final, I think you'll be in a really good stead.
No, absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the player cards for these two, Richard, just to give them a bit of a preview heading into this semi-final, because they've done so well to get through the qualifiers online to get to this stage. We have got, first and foremost, Demens, who's 18 years of age from Germany. As we said, everyone is pretty young in this European bracket, 16, 17, 18 years of age. You can find him on Twitch TV/Demens FIFA if you want to go and check out his Twitch stream following today's broadcast. He's up against this player, Savas Justin, who is 17 from Austria. He fancies his chances. You can find him on social media at JSTN SVAS if you do want to go and drop him a follow. Justin against Demens, you can say, in our second semi-final. Let's find out which way this one plans to go. Remember, if you win this game, you're already guaranteed €250 in a PSN voucher that you can use in-store, which you can get FIFA points with, that these two might invest in. Or, if you win again, you get €500 cash and the chance to battle out for a PlayStation 5 on top as well.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I think doubling your prize money is probably the main incentive, and then when you get to that grand final, you can think about the PlayStation 5 and think about what it might mean. Obviously, PS5 is where the home of competitive FIFA esports is played upon, so potentially there might be an opportunity there to go down that route. There is a poll currently that has been running in the chat. Let us know who you think will win this game, and hopefully it's going to be a relatively even match, but I just had a little glance over to the poll and it looks like a bit of a landslide victory from the Twitch chat in one of the two competitors' favours.
Okay, well, it's gone all the way of the Austrian of just 17. It's going to be Justin that gets 100% of the votes. Clearly brought an entourage of him through for this semi-final game. He has said that Real Madrid is his favourite team. Demens said Liverpool was his favourite team. So they'll be hoping that...
Bit of mind games.
They'll be able to get those two players. Yeah, but the thing about Justin, he said his second favourite team was Liverpool. So I think he's pretty versatile.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win. If you're unsuccessful in the game, at least someone's going to be winning later tonight who you support.
And here we go. Let's jump into it now. We can see... who is who, exactly? I'm sure that will be ringing around the Stade de France later today. You never walk alone. As thousands of Liverpool fans and Real Madrid fans will arrive today as we speak in Paris for that all-important Champions League final. Interesting pick there for Real Madrid. I've seen Marvin involved.
What player Gordon has been during these tournaments.
Bale back to Modric. Vinicius. Why do you think Modric is so involved in these teams? I mean, he's not the tallest of players, but regardless, he's a midfield maestro.
I think he's obviously so well-rounded, but also in sort of the creative attributes. But the 90-rated game mode gives him the extra pace, a little bit of shooting, the 5-star skill moves as well. He's just so well-rounded. I'm sure we'll see an incredible Luka Modric performance tonight on the biggest stage.
Bale. Does well, Gareth Bale.
Oh,
that's
where's the
awful
goalkeeper?
goalkeeper movement. Really poor, and he's been punished for it.
Where's the goalkeeper going? I mean, it has to be manual movement, but what is happening there? Big questions.
Suddenly, Demens finds himself on the back foot here by his own fault. Marvin gets his first involvement. The only reason I can call him being involved is probably just for a height boost of a winger that he has.
I mean, they're very subjective, aren't they, the teams? I think that's the...
Naby Keita.
Yeah, there's a few selections in there that you probably think you look back and maybe they wouldn't be selected on another day. But Curtis Jones has been in every single team as well.
Yeah, he has featured a lot. With that man on the ball with his little bit of flair. Brazilian Samba. Vinicius Jr. And Casemiro. Modric doing well now to be the playmaker he has been. Bale looking for a brace. Justin looking for that second goal. Zidane finds Casemiro, back to Marvin again. Cut back Vinicius. Is there one more pass for Gareth Bale? It's the Brazilian winger that do what he can to try and put it on a plate. It was left in no man's land for a split second. There was Liverpool defender. Again, just looking through the list of players involved today, Richard, they've all said their number one achievement is basically being involved in this bracket tonight, which goes to show that this is a tournament, as we said, that is open for all players.
Go show the competitive nature as well of the players competing. How much they want to win, how much it means to them to be here and have the opportunity to take their esports career and really jet start it.
Half time, it is 1-0 for Real Madrid. They do lead with Gareth Bale scoring. Ron, as we said, an awful piece of goalkeeper movement that the men will not need to see again in a hurry.
It's a mistake like that as well, Brandon, that could potentially derail your tournament.
Oh, wow, look at the cancels there in the build-up from Vinicius. Modric back to Bale. Gareth Bale for two. Why has he turned back?
Didn't trust the right foot.
Who made to pay for it? That was clever from Mane there. The one more pass was eluding the run.
Could have been a momentary lapse of concentration as well, knowing that obviously in this game mode he's got forced out weak foot. Does Gareth Bale?
Bale this time, the provider for Vinicius. What's to save Alisson, who spreads himself so well once but twice.
Didn't know if the referee was going to give a penalty there. I thought there might have been a little bit of contact on the back of the ankle.
Good nicely, Diaz. Goes out for a goal kick in the end. Pause has come in from Justin. Bale still looking for that second. You feel like it's only a matter of time before Real Madrid do get a second.
Certainly it's going that way. The one-way traffic looks to be intensifying, and the chances are falling Madrid's way.
Bale, there it is, surely. Vinicius, the goalkeeper movement again, but does not fall into the trap. He goes the opposite way. And Alisson, how many times are we going to sit here and say it, Rich? He has been heroic. He's made more bigger saves, and to be honest, he's probably been tested more than Courtois has. But some of the saves that Alisson has made today have been incredible.
I cannot praise Alisson enough. He's been one of the standout performers for Liverpool in real life, and during this tournament, he has been remarkable between the sticks, keeping Liverpool in so many big games.
Gordon, can he be the hero for Liverpool? He's been so instrumental for so many of the games. Shot from distance! Oh, off the woodwork! It's the best chance Liverpool have had so far.
Came from range. And it's inches, centimetres away from giving us a level game. And that's how quickly games can turn as well.
Wowee. Bale. How they've not put this game to bed yet. He's onside now, surely. Madrid, Vinicius Junior, someone, Rodrigo, Bale. All in the queue and all in the line, just waiting for the perfect chance to try and strike. Credit for Fabinho, they're remaining so calm and composed.
Right up the other end, though. It's end-to-end FIFA here in the last 10 minutes. Oxlade-Chamberlain fresh off the bench. Another pause being queued there from Demens. Oh, that's a bad time to lose possession.
Nicely done, Bale. Solidify now. Camavinga. Vinicius, surely. There it is! That's the goal he's been waiting for, and you cannot argue that it has not been deserved. He has been just knocking on the door of this Liverpool defence again and again and again, and finally there will be an answer by Vinicius Junior.
Yeah, you just can't lose possession on the halfway line. It was such a bad time to give the ball away. Fabinho was the man. Just passed it straight into the path of the attacking Real Madrid shirts. It really was one outcome, and that was the ball in the back of the net.
Well, I think we can say that's game one done.
Certainly will be if they're going to get a third.
To make it three, cut back. Oh, wow. Even with Bradley on the line, still can't stop that, man.
The cancel is really nice, I'll be honest. Will this be... Obviously, this game's not finished yet. I'm maybe looking ahead a little bit. If Justin wins 2-0, 2 games to nil, should I say. Will this be a complete clean sweep for Real Madrid so far?
They have been so good. So good. Mane. Chance. Back to the drawing board for Demens, who, yes, has been at times involved in chances and has been able to get a goal. Unfortunately, it won't mean much. It's the first one in the best of 3, and it falls the way of the young Austrian of Justin. They will win that game 3-1 in the end. It was a dominant display, and if we're looking back on it, he probably should have put the game to bed a little bit earlier than he did.
Yeah, absolutely. He left it late, and I think obviously there was a consolation at the end there for Liverpool. But again, to me, it never really looked in doubt. Yes, there was a couple of chances. That one cannoned off the crossbar, but he always looked like he's in a good position just to see that game off. He left it really late. What was it, the 84th minute? where they capitalised on the mistake at the back from Fabinho, went up the other end, scored, and then got the third shortly after with Vinicius Junior. He's in a good position to wrap this up at 2-0.
No, it really is indeed. Let's have a look at the highlights, Richard, of that dominant display that we saw from Real Madrid. It seems like there's a bug at the moment in the PlayStation tournaments menus, and it's Real Madrid winning games. They just keep winning and winning and winning. That was poor from the start, which was not the ideal start from the men's, but you can't fault the attitude and the hustle from Real Madrid. They kept on getting into these areas where they just couldn't find that final key to unlock Alisson Becker's goal, but eventually they were able to find it. It took a long time, though, of these sort of attacks of just moving it and working it and trying to find the perfect way through, trying to find the perfect chance at goal. Even that one there, Alisson's able to save it again. Liverpool, that was their best chance. A time green finish from the edge of the box from Mohamed Salah. And then there was a 2-goal cushion, which finally did arrive.
Yeah, it did. This was it. Vinicius Junior at the back post, reverse elastico, back onto his right foot. And then the third goal came a few minutes later. Vinny Jr. once again, Bradley was marking the cutback, cancelled around the goalkeeper and just slotted it past the goalkeeper into an empty net to win the final tie, 3-1. We're going to go into game number 2 very shortly indeed. Let us know who you think will take this game. And more importantly, let us know who you think is taking the Champions League final. Kicks off in just over 3 hours' time. It's going to be a remarkable game of football. We've seen some cracking games of FIFA as well. My highlight still that 6-3 game, 9 goals altogether in Middle East earlier today. In a one game of FIFA, in 45 minutes, I think it was like 2-1 at half time. There was like 6 goals in the second half. Yeah.
I mean, there's been, bear in mind, these are best of 1 games, a lot of these. There has been some ridiculous scorelines we've seen, as you said. We've seen 7-3s, 9-3s. We've seen extra time. Well, not extra time. We've seen golden goal a lot today. And we have seen some very narrow games. You know, we just come off the back of a 1-0 win earlier today. So everyone's had a very different approach. And there's no surprise that in Europe, it's all been a little bit, I'd say a bit tidier defensively. It's just naturally how a lot of European players like to play compared to when we go to Middle East or even South America. There is just such an attacking style of play, which is great to see. Every region has their own style here. And we are playing head-to-head 90-rated mode. You have to keep that in mind. It's very different to FIFA Ultimate Team, which some would call a bit more arcadey, a bit more high-scoring. This is a lot more slower, especially when you're playing 90-rated and there's literally nothing to separate 2 players. Everyone's got the same ratings on the pitch in each position.
Yeah, you can see the starting 11 there for Real Madrid. Casemiro in the hole as a central defensive midfielder. Going forward, Rodrigo, Vinicius Junior, Gareth Bale. At the back, you're going to be looking at Alaba and Mendy as a centre-back, which is quite interesting across that back four. Marcelo comes in to play right-back, and Marvin and Miguel as the right attacking mid and the left-back. So, some of the big names maybe missing from that starting 11, but if you need a goal, expect to see Benzema coming on.
Why do you think Marcelo plays at right back over Danny Carvajal?
Not too sure, honestly. I'm not too sure. Could be a personal preference. Could be maybe the height, but
yeah,
it could be a range of different things. I think the left back and the right back have got exactly the same stats, so I don't see it being a statistical advantage.
Well done. Back underway. It's as simple as it sounds. If Justin wins this one as Real Madrid, it'll be a grand final of 2 people that would want to use Real Madrid. Unfortunately, they both won't be able to in this current format. It'll be the highest seed that gets to have the pick of using Real Madrid.
Will it be more of the same for Justin? Just pick up where you left off.
Nicely done, Casemiro, fake shot, Bale, Rodrigo!
So close from opening up the scoring. Beautiful play in around the box. Vinicius Jr. linking up to Casemiro, offloaded it to Rodrigo, and really probably should have done better with that shot across goal.
Curtis Jones doing what he can to ensure that there is a better start to this game. For Liverpool there, it could be now Luis Diaz, well played, Courtois. Parries that one away, not any real trouble. Tell you what, could be a gift, it will be, Curtis Jones on a play. Finds his way to Morton. Game on.
It's very, very scrappy, isn't it? At the back post. Tyler Morton, just right place, right time, really.
Bale, good feet. To Vinicius Jr. Rodrigo will be thinking back how they missed that chance that was just minutes in. It went just wide of the left-hand post. Gordon, Morton, Naby Keita. Different Liverpool team in some ways. Mane, Luis Diaz, could be a gift on the rebound. Should he tuck it in? No, he can't.
That's really, really unfortunate. He's had a couple of chances, though, has Luis Diaz in this game so far. Can't seem to convert at the moment, but they always say creating the chances, getting yourself in there is the most important and hardest bit of being an attacking player.
Bale for an equaliser. Well played, Fabinho. Bale, second chance of asking. Gareth Bale, another block at the back. That time it's Bradley. Fabinho has done a superb job when he's happy to just slot into that back line. It's another interesting play about this Liverpool team because he does come out as a CDM in game. Well, I know he's had a special item or two as a centre-back. The Brazilian midfielder, makeshift centre-back again, is doing the job that the men's needs. Gordon. Still with it. Can't find that cut back. Fall into the path of Marvin. Saying this all afternoon long, it is just incredible to see the difference in how these players are looking to use these two teams. Just the interesting odd picking it. Back to the team management we go. We can have a proper look at how this Liverpool team is being used.
We had a little glance at it for a few seconds there, didn't we? The 4-3-2-1, the formation that is being utilised as we expected from the sort of top of the show when you're asking me about formations and instructions. It's just a very, very good formation at the moment, the 4-3-2-1.
Bale, if he can time this right, this could be dangerous. Bale, the goalkeeper movement was a bit of a bait. Kept the player guessing of Justin. Vinicius Jr., ball on scoop turn, trying to offload it into Marvin. Madrid on the hunt for that equaliser. Bale tries his best to scoop turn into a player, can't get away from it. Half time for a third game at this moment in time.
It's a tough one at the moment for both of these sides. I feel as though Liverpool probably feel like it could have done with an extra goal or two, but Real Madrid, there's chances there and just seem to be squandering them.
Bale can only go so far with 3 Liverpool shirts just chasing him around.
It's a good little ping down the line.
Keita. Back to Liverpool's Morton. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Gordon timed it well. The cutback's there. It's there. It's easy. Sadio Mane might have just sent us on our way to a third matchup.
Just opened up, didn't it? The pitch just opened up for him. And he's just stood underneath the goal line. Really, really simple.
It's crazy how different these games have been. Such dominant display in leg one. Hasn't been able to follow it through at all in this second leg, or maybe he can. Bale pushed off by Robertson.
And again, Brandon, these matches here, so hard to predict. Almost impossible to predict.
No, absolutely. Marvin has to make something happen here. Bale again, blocked, bodies in the way. Time's not on his side, and here is the scoreline.
Still time.
Bale, Marvin. It's too heavy.
Great feet.
Recycled well. Give it to Bale. Save, Alisson.
What a save.
How?
What a save at the near post. It was great, great feet, I've got to say as well, from Marvin. Just creating that little bit of space inside the box. Accelerated towards the near post, and times like that, you just need that to go in. You need your striker to put that in the back of the net.
There is one. You said about someone putting the back of the net. Forget strikers, forget wingers. Ferland Mendy, of all people, has been called upon to have to step up and get this team in order.
Right place, right time, isn't it? Ferland Mendy popping up at the back post. Extra pass from Vinicius Jr. and he's just stuck it in at the near post. Great finish.
Well, well, well.
Real Madrid, number 23, Ferland Mendy.
This game going to take us into extra time, maybe. Tell you what, there is space there. Rodrigo, is there a cutback available? There's one. Vinicius, Bale, chance, Vinicius! Makes it 2-2! And suddenly, there's 2 goals in 6 minutes!
Absolutely remarkable turnaround from this Real Madrid side. You cannot write it at all. You can't count Justin out.
Wow.
The 4-2-2, a capitulation from Liverpool, I've got to say.
I mean, that is going to be knocking the confidence of anyone. Remember, if we are all square, golden goal is next in line. And if Justin, who is controlling Real Madrid at the moment, can find a match winner here, even if it's now or in golden goal, he will be on his way to a grand final. Bale, completely out of stamina. Can squeeze his ball across the box. This could be dangerous. Casemiro. Vinicius. Onside! But what a save again from Alisson!
Alisson, he's already conceded 2. He does not want to concede a 3rd. And this game get ripped away from him. That is an awful red time shot.
What a chance. Again gone.
Great win.
Tell you what, might be able to bag it now, Miguel. Ball players. On the pitch, Keita. Vinicius. Can't turn his man. I think we're on our way to extra time, I hear. Not golden goal this time. We need more time to separate these two. Halfway
Extra
point.
time. And penalties looming. It'd be heartbreak for Liverpool to be eliminated on penalties, but that is how brutal this format can be.
I mean, you don't throw away a 2-goal lead, Richard, with 20 minutes left on the clock, do you?
That is... You can't be forgiven for that, really. In a one-legged game of FIFA too.
Could have been in our third leg at the moment, and it could have been 1-1 in the matches between these two. For the first time, we get to jump into extra time. Bale. Let's build up again from Madrid. The winner of this play is the youngest player in the tournament. David Martinez in the grand final. 16 is the Spaniard. He was using Real Madrid in his semi-final. Vinicius.
He's done well defensively to stand up to the danger. And we always say it, but extra time flies by, especially in this first half. We're already 5 minutes away from the break.
Casemiro to Modric. Alexander-Arnold comes across nicely just to step in for Fabinho. As always, that first 15 minutes of extra time just zooms past. And it does once again here. Minutes to play. I mean, we haven't had penalties yet, Rich. Certainly would be an enjoyable penalty shootout here.
Look at that XG. 5.9 XG for Real Madrid. 3.6 I think it was for Liverpool. We've only had 4 goals with over an expected XG of 10 between the two of them. About 9.5 XG. We've had 4 goals.
Off the pitch, number 17, Curtis Jones, to be replaced by number 14, Julian Henderson.
Well, a midfield change on both sides. Henderson and Valverde on. And Camavinga, it's a triple change actually for Real Madrid. They have to push on for this game. The remaining time that is left. Camavinga back to Valverde. Finds Miguel. Gareth Bale can't turn away from his man. For these two teams, we'll get one big chance left in the remainder of this time. Has to be the perfect one though. Camavinga for Justin. Back to Asensio. Fake shot inside. Fabinho, as he always has done, he's been so good at the back. In this match particularly, we never saw him involved as a centre-back previously.
We got a winner.
I think we got penalties.
I think we might see a goal.
Henderson back to Firmino. Is it going to be commentator's curse? We're pretty much there now. Has to go forward, can't go back. A minute of additional time. Last chance given away. It looks like Madrid might get the final chance.
Has to go forward.
Bale into Asensio. He's Justin now with the final chance of the game. Asensio. The ball roll scoop turn. Looking to work it into the box now with Rigo. Camavinga. Oh, he played it back just a bit too much. And here we go for penalties then. Real Madrid win. Justin's in a grand final. Liverpool win. We go to a third matchup. Up steps Liverpool first. Save! Goes left. It's a really big save. 1 from 1 for Justin. Asensio down the middle does score.
Demens looking to slot this home. He's going to stick it to the left again. It's going to be saved again. And Justin with an opportunity to go 2-0 up. Gareth Bale from the spot slots it down the middle.
Perfect pen so far. It's one of them. He has to score. Gordon goes right, will score. But it could be an unbelievable position to be in for Justin now. Rodrigo, 3 from 3. Yes.
Must score moment. Demens up over the spot, does score. However, Justin will have a chance to win it. Marvin from 12 yards. Saved. We carry on.
Has to score it. Still has to score. Oxlade-Chamberlain over this one for Demens. Must score to keep the Pens shootout alive. Does. Score. You're in the grand final. And €500 guaranteed. It's Camavinga that steps up for Justin. Will score. And it will be 2 players that favoured Real Madrid in the grand final. The difference is, though, they both can't be Real Madrid this time round. It's the Real Madrid show at the moment, so it feels, in these PlayStation tournaments. For a split second there, I thought we were going to sudden death.
Real Madrid have not dropped a series. Every single series they've won. What is this? What are we watching here? Are we getting potentially some premonitions? Are we getting some epiphanies before tonight's big Champions League final? I don't know, but he left it late. He left it very late to get back into the game there, did Justin, and then took it all the way to a penalty shootout. I thought he was going to get a chance in the last attack of the game. He just went too far backwards. The referee said, you know what, there's no attack building here. I'm going to blow the whistle. But what a start for the penalties as well. Saved the first 2 and then scored his first 2 penalties to give himself a beautiful position and a cushion in that grand final.
Yeah, put himself in an unbelievable position, didn't he? We'll have a look at the highlights from that matchup in the end. Done in 2 again. It's done differently in Europe, supposedly. Real Madrid in 2. No third game needed. But he did go 1-0 down and he made it very difficult for himself. Not 1, but 2-0 down. This was one of those chances. Couldn't quite convert it, but did find his way through eventually in the second half. Gordon looks to play that one across on a play for Sadio Mane. It was all to do for this guy. Did score on the 72nd minute, I believe it was. There was that one warning shot fired. Then another one came in straight after Casemiro. A lovely little fake shot back into the path. And a big goal was scored. And then this one. We said about throwing away a lead with 18 minutes left to play. Look no further to what exactly happened here. Maybe a fortunate bounce back for Vinicius. He's never going to be moaning about that one. There was late chances in the game. What a save from Alisson. And it came down to penalties. There was Camavinga, the youngster, that had a cool head on the penalty spot. This is your grand final now in Europe for the final time in this UEFA Champions League challenge. And we can confirm from the admins behind the scenes that it will be Dave Martinez that does get that Real Madrid pick because he is the highest seed. This is going to be an interesting one for Justin, who now has to fall back on Liverpool. Not his favourite choice of team, but regardless, he's going to have to make it work.
Yeah, it's still very, very useful, Liverpool, obviously, but I mean, he's going to have to break the mould of Real Madrid victories if he wants to try and take this result. Dave Martinez will be Real Madrid in that grand final. We've had 2 2-0s in Europe. Are we going to make it a hat-trick? Is he going to get 3 2-0s? Or do you think we're going to need every single minute of this best of 3 to decide our European winner?
I just think it'd be nice for Liverpool to win a game or two. They haven't been able to do too much in the nicest possible way. To any Liverpool fans that are watching, Real Madrid have been so dominant with just how they've played in this 90-rated game mode. So to be honest, I'm well and truly sitting on the fence for this grand final. If you have enjoyed what you've seen today and you'd think, you know what, I'd love to get involved in this, as everyone sits there and often does, says, I could win this, I could compete in this. Well, get yourselves involved. Compete.playstation.com for daily, monthly and weekly FIFA tournaments for players at all skill levels. What are you waiting for? Sign up today and get yourselves involved. We're going to go to a quick break now, me and Richard. And when we get back, it's grand final time for the final time. This is the preview on the build-up to the Champions League final tonight. It's Real Madrid against Liverpool for one final time. We'll see you in a few minutes. welcome back to the Champions League finals here. It's going to be an interesting last game here. We are hours away from the UEFA Champions League final, in person in Paris. But on the build-up to this, we've been running the ultimate simulation of Liverpool against Real Madrid again and again and again, from Middle East to South America to Europe, and we're doing it for one final time in Europe for this best of three match. My name is Brandon Smith, and as always, joined alongside Richard Buckley. We've been here since the early hours of this afternoon. We are still grinding away through these brackets as we find more winners and more deserved winners in this UEFA Champions League challenge. And we'll have a look at the bracket, Rich, to see where we are. But we are nearly at the end of this journey. And at the moment, it's been all Real Madrid wins.
Yeah, we certainly are. We're up into our final match of the day. It's going to be a best of three to find out who can get it over the line. Dave Martinez, 14 against Justin. Both have been Real Madrid during their journey in this tournament. However, something has to give, because unfortunately for those two, they both can't be Real Madrid now in the final game of the day.
It's David Martinez, as we said, who's one of the younger players. Well, to be honest, the last two players in this tournament are the youngest players here, 16 and 17 respectively, and a great example of two up-and-coming players here in the PlayStation tournaments menu. They are playing for a PlayStation 5 and €500. The Austrian player against the Spanish FIFA player. Who will win this game? Let us know in the Twitch chat. There is a poll available right now. Do give it a click. Do give it a vote. Let us know who comes out on top. We've seen some dominant poll results over the rest of today's broadcast. Either. The most interesting poll we saw was Liverpool against Real Madrid, with 57% of people saying that Liverpool are going to win the Champions League. That's a bit of a better vote. Dave Martinez, 63% of the way. There's votes either side for that one.
Yeah, I don't think the Twitch polls have been accurate throughout the day in terms of people predicting the correct winners. However, everyone seems to be getting involved with them. As you can see, the team lining up on the screen there. 4-2-3-1, the formation of choice. Militao and Alaba as the two centre-backs. Valverde and Camavinga, with a front four of Asensio, Rodrigo, Hazard and Vinicius Jr.
Well, what's going to be interesting, we said, is that they both would have preferred to be Real Madrid, but with the higher seed implications here, Dave Martinez got that Real Madrid pick. It means that his opponent has to come up with something here for Justin now to try and use this Liverpool team. It's still a great team. It's still 90 rated overall, but I'm going to be interested to see how he does set this 11 out in reds. We'll have a look at it as the game does unfold. We've seen so many different uses of Liverpool, whether it's been bringing in those youngsters that still are wingers and fullbacks by trade. Fitting Naby Keita again. Rigo from the get-go for Dave Martinez, ensuring he can have the best possible start. Are we in for the Real Madrid triple? They have won every single regional final so far in these head-to-head matches against Liverpool. Back to goal, Vinicius, opening goal. Yeah, no! Not on target!
Thought it was going to be, as he's pulled the left foot back there. Unfortunately, for David Martinez, stuck it wide of the post.
Expected to see the net rustling after that chance. That wasn't to be the case. Asensio, Hazard, sits in that number 10 role in this 4-2-3, one that this Madrid side is out in. Played on the left, the right today. First time we've seen him used as this number 10 Terrakista role. Nice ball finds Gordon. Mohamed Salah, reverse elastico, back to goal as the Egyptian tries to buy himself some time and space. Naby Keita. To Mane, and eventually possession will change hands.
Quite a slow start to this grand final. Will be played in a best-of-3 format, meaning that you can lose the first game. You could lose the first game 7-0 and then win the second and third game on penalties, and you would be victorious. It doesn't matter about the aggregate scoreline. All that matters is the final result.
Carvajal, 2 hands on the ball. And that throw-in. Slowly but surely, Justin working into this one with Liverpool. Might not be his #1 pick, but he did say it was his second preferred team. He does follow outside of this tournament. Naby Keita. To Gordon, Curtis Jones building nicely. Where's that final ball or pass going to come from? Rodrigo. Vinicius in the queue on his own. Hazard might get a bite at it. Asensio might also. Rodrigo just offside.
Early warning signs, though. You saw when Rodrigo picked the ball up on the halfway line, there was so much space in behind that they could have potentially exploited.
Could be the chance now. Surely Salah, Gordon, time, space. Maybe too much time and space.
Real good end-to-end FIFA we're seeing here. Both players creating chances, looking to penetrate the back fours.
Could be a cross available. Van Dijk, be careful how far you're running forward. The centre-back is joining the attack. And he's completely out of position. He might be the man to help us attack forward. There's a huge gap now. And that Liverpool backline, if they can attack pace now, there we go. There's the gap. There's Vinicius through. It's just Bradley in the way, the Liverpool defender. Delayed ever so slightly, brings Asensio into it. Is that enough time? Is that enough time? They've been able to just about buy. Yes, it will be. I'm not sure that was intentional, though, bringing Van Dijk into that attack. Or maybe it was. Salah, oh, that's cheeky. Back to Mane. Showboating their way forward, are they? Oh, wow. To me, to you, says Salah and Mane.
What a goal from Mo Salah. The flick is beautiful. Just the right stick, flicking it over his head and then waiting for the ball to bounce down the other side. A little 1-2 with Mane inside the box before releasing that strike on the left peg across the goalkeeper.
Well. Half-time. Liverpool lead by 1-0. That goal coming on the stroke of half-time. What a brilliant touch it was, as you said. Rightly so. Interchange with Mane and then bang. Mohamed Salah. With a huge goal there at the halfway point for a player that would have no doubt wanted to use Real Madrid because of the seeding and the way the tournament is played. He had to use Liverpool, and so far, so good. I'm not quite sure we're playing at the Emirates, but I think it's the least of our worries at the moment.
Liverpool could be in again here, you know. Just seeing how this attack's starting to form up, but the space is certainly there out wide. And you saw what Mo Salah can do with the ball at his feet.
Yeah, he can do a lot of it, more than just a special touch. Can put his team into a winning position, as we just saw. Naby Keita. No way forward. This could be a chance for two. Mane. Sadio Salah for a brace. Oh, wow. That was a clever bit of trickery. Well played on the follow-up by David Alaba. It was an open net to kick the ball into. Van Dijk, provider to Curtis Jones. Lovely little cancel back inside. Allows the Welsh midfielder just to chop and change. Trent, all the way from fullback to Gordon. Mane, Luis Diaz, too keen off the mark, just offside. Just feels like in Europe there has just been lower scoring games, Rich. What do you think that could be down to?
A couple of reasons. Potentially, let's say that Sadio Mane just great time in that shot. I think the competition level could be a little bit tighter between the two players. So there's obviously less room on the pitch to manoeuvre in. The pressing of the players is much better. You're not allowing your opponent to create sort of really good opportunities. Alongside that, I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier, the game plan and the way the game's played is different in Europe. You would play for a lot more 100%, 90% chances in other regions for around the world. What a chance! Oh, Diaz.
What a double save that is from Courtois. Not once but twice. Stop the Colombian winger. Still can't stop this Liverpool attack though. Mane does so well. So many white Real Madrid shirts scrambling around him. Liverpool so close to being up by 2-0.
Just sort of saying though, I think in Europe we play for a much higher percentage chances, whereas in other regions we will take a long shot, there'll be a shot at a near post, etc. Sort of lesser chances, but they do typically result in goals too.
Robertson. That time can't find a way through. Keep in mind, this is a player that did win in 2 last game. On the side of Justin controlling Liverpool. He was 2-0 down in one of the games. Bounced back one via a penalty shootout. And on the flip side, cannot forget, David Martinez, 16 years of age, showed maturity that no one else has showed in a knockout tournament. There we go, see it again. Gareth Bale runs away in celebration as Madrid are back in the tie.
Really, really good goal, wasn't it? Vinicius Jr. created the chance, put it on a plate for Gareth Bale as he wheels away in celebration. Did all the hard work. Did Vinicius beforehand, before just offloading it onto Bale to tap in.
.16 left on the clock. Our opening game, and still all to play for. still with us. Down in the comments, what's your prediction for tonight's game between Liverpool and Real Madrid? Nicely done, Chamberlain. Twisting and turning around. Diaz. Tell you what, Madrid could be on for a last-minute winner. It. Benzema, fresh off the bench, he was impactful earlier in the game. Mr. Reliable. Up top, Hazard. Stops in his tracks, will cry out for a free kick. Referee says play on. And instead, it might be Liverpool to get the last chance. Driving is Gordon. Has he got the pace? On Mendy, no, yes he has. Has he got the beating of him too?
He did so well, Gordon, just didn't have any options in the box.
Tell you what, Benzema's there. In that box, waiting towards that post. What a chance! What a finish! To proceedings here! It's Eden Hazard of all people. Forget Gareth Bale, forget Benzema. One of the smaller players on the pitch is there to save the day and maybe complete this ultimate comeback story. They were 1-0 down. They might be on the way to a second game with a 1-0 lead in the best-of-3 series.
It's such a crazy goal. It's a counter-attack. Last chance of the game forced to Liverpool. That's what we think. They win the ball back, Real Madrid, and just progress so quickly. Almost picture perfect what they've done in the Champions League in real life against the run of play, scoring big goals at the right time, down that left-hand channel, floated it to the back post, and Eden Hazard just got up above Andy Robertson.
Well. Full time in game one in our European Grand Final, and it's Real Madrid that just keep on winning. No matter who's using them, they seemingly just keep winning games. David Martinez, 16 years of age, showing all the composure in the world again. I mean, man, he was 1-0 down. Fair play to him. Bounce back. The script screamed out Bale or Benzema there, not Eden Hazard.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see Eden Hazard tonight, coming off the bench, potentially to do something magical for Real Madrid, but he's done it for David Martinez there in the first game of this best-of-3. At the back post, getting up above Andy Robertson to head past the goalkeeper from close range. A really, really magical and special way to end that first game right there. End-to-end FIFA. I think both teams will feel a little bit hard done by to have not won it earlier. But in grand finals, you have to take your chances, and in those big moments, that's where the players who are sort of the higher echelon really strut their stuff.
Oh, absolutely, indeed. Again, we'll have a look at the highlights from that game, indeed. It was 1-0 up with Liverpool, was Justin. But then Real Madrid were able to just find their way back into the tie. This is a best-of-3, remember, so if Real Madrid win again, they will be your European winners here on our FIFA 22 bracket with their player, David Martinez. Just 16 years of age, the Spanish proud Madrid fan, leading his team to victory there. It was 1-0 down, and I mean, Liverpool were just knocking on the door for a second goal. They came close there. Luis Diaz once and twice. Double save needed by Courtois. And then this is where we saw the start of a potential comeback. There was one, Gareth Bale.
Just the hard work done by Vinicius Jr. He assisted the second as well. Down this left-hand side, floated into the back post. And Eden Hazard getting above the rest of that Liverpool defence to nod past Alisson to give David Martinez a 1-0 and 1 goal, 1 win, whatever you want to call it, advantage going into that second game of the best of 3.
No, absolutely. As we said, it is all to play for. If you have been enjoying the action of today's games, do get yourself involved with tournaments like this. Compete.playstation.com, as you just see it scrolling across the bottom of the screen alongside some of the results that have also taken place today. But we're getting towards the end of it, Rich. I mean, we're getting towards kickoff for the UEFA Champions League. Again, keep your predictions coming in for those that are watching today's broadcast, have been watching from the start or just popping in and out. We want to know your predictions for the game today in the real world, alongside the virtual pitch here too. Real Madrid or Liverpool tonight is going to be an exciting one.
I don't think I've given my prediction on this yet. I know I asked you for it earlier on today. I'm going to go Real Madrid by a goal. I think maybe 2-1, I'm going to say.
And your first goal scorer is still Virgil van Dijk from a corner today, remember that?
Yeah, so it's going to 1-0 and then 2-0. 2 goals.
Okay. Madrid 1-0 up. No. Liverpool 1-0 up in your eyes.
1-0.
Madrid coming back. I reckon Madrid 1-0 up. Liverpool coming back. And then I don't know what happens after that. Extra time.
Penalties?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
We'll see. We shall see indeed. Let's have a look at both of these teams. We can see the Liverpool POV again for a split second and just dive into the screen. Van Dijk, Bradley, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Robertson, pretty standard to be completely honest.
Keita and Jones in the centre of the pitch, and then out wide, Gordon and Diaz, Salah and Mane leading the line. So a lot of, I think, 4 5-star skillers. I mean, even Jones and Keita are 5-star skillers as well. So a lot of skills going in that final 6 players going forward. Will we see some good FIFA alongside the skill moves in the final third? We'll wait and see.
Well, it could be the final time today we call this match before it does take place in the real world. Real Madrid against Liverpool. As we said, if Madrid win this game, David Martinez will be your European UEFA Champions League Challenge winner. And it will be a 3-peat for Real Madrid. They won in Middle East, they won against Liverpool in South America. At the moment, they could be on to do it in Europe as well. That would be one hell of a storyline.
Real Madrid dominant across the planet. As they've been dominant in Europe. The Champions League, I should say. For 13 different times. Looking to make it 14 tonight.
It'll be our first final too, Richard, that will be potentially done in 2.
Yep.
Here's Asensio looking to get Madrid off the mark early. Asensio, nicely done. Scoop turn finds Hazard. Dave Martinez didn't have the best of starts in his last game in the grand final. Went 1-0 down, then took him about 70th minute to get back in the tie properly. There's Hazard. He was the hero last game. He'll be the hero again. Potentially here.
Eden Hazard. I've just seen the starting lineup. He's on the bench tonight. Maybe we could see an Eden Hazard special performance. It took him 10 minutes to open his goal scoring account here this evening.
Mane. Liverpool looking for an instant reply.
So, over the top again. certainly seems to be space in behind that Liverpool back four.
Mane. Back to Salah. Save on the rebound, surely. Just did enough, Courtois, to parry that just wide enough. Alongside that, it wasn't the greatest of touches from Gordon.
What an incredible save, though, from Thibaut Courtois. Mo Salah, left foot, inside the box. It's a great save at full stretch.
Rodrigo for two, maybe. Brazil looking for the cutback. Can't quite find it. Though, what a save from the Belgium shot stopper. Just going to ground, Mohamed Salah there. Just made the way part of the referee in the corner of your screen.
We've seen David Martinez, especially in the semi-final, Brandon, just sort of control the game, and that's what we're seeing right now as well. Him knocking the ball about, no real incentive to get a second goal, pull players out of position and try and kill this game off and fight fire with fire. He's happy to try and manipulate the space, wait for players to come out of position and then get a second tactically.
Oh, wow, he could put on a play, he really could! But the ball rolled the opposite way than I thought he would have. Just was waiting for a runner, though, to come from somewhere. He was so isolated in Hazard. Someone else is isolated. It's Gordon there. Brings in Alexander-Arnold to this one. Curtis Jones doing what he can. Moving and grooving in the box. Reverse elastico. Nice from Salah. Again, just delaying it, bringing in more red shirts, more Liverpool shirts. Nice, La Croqueta, good save, once, twice. Can he do it? Oh, it's so clever, but defensively, he's just about matched it up. Element of town, right place, right time.
Just on the stroke of half-time as well. Perfect time to see some incredible defending. Thibaut Courtois with the save firstly, and then he player switched back onto Eder Militao because he was on the floor, to get him back up and just mark that cutback pass. Solid defending. I do think there's a goal in this game, though, for Liverpool, I'll be honest.
I mean, they've been showing all the right signs for the goal, haven't they? If it wasn't for Eder Militao, that would have been a certain goal. Just did enough, though. Stood just in the way. Hazard! The Belgian magician! We'll find another goal. It's 2 for 2. And maybe it could be 2 wins in 2 in this best of 3.
What a pass over the top to play Eden Hazard in. On a plate. His first touch is magnificent as well, to separate himself and the defender. But what a ball over the top.
All to do for Liverpool. Back inside. I mean, Hazard's position in this 4-2-3-1 has been the most important part of this performance from him.
Just picking up that space in the central attacking mid-roll.
Vinicius finds Asensio. Finds a third, it will be Ushiro. 3-0, there it is! The youngest player in this bracket is showing the maturity of a champion. He may only be 16, but he's a proud Spaniard. And he's driving Real Madrid forward to another trophy.
Real Madrid here this afternoon have been rampant. Anywhere across the world, it's Hala Madrid.
Well. What more can you say? In the biggest of GGs. 20 minutes left to play. You just don't see this one being turned around. It shouldn't be turned around, in all honesty. Building nicely. Cut back inside. Tied it. Curtis Jones looking to be the hero. Mohamed Salah, he's just offside. It's into a pause menu now, and it's really a case of I have to throw everything forward.
The bodies just have to go forward. 20 minutes left. Getting a 3 back, getting to maybe like a 4-3-3 attack. Anything just to get players bombing forward, get players attacking in that final third. You want to get Mo Salah on the ball, Sadio Mane on the ball, Diaz on the ball, Gordon on the ball. Get Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain and Jota involved. Red shirts have to be swarming forward.
Doesn't need to be silly now, though. Needs to be very much smart in the way he plays. Look at the space to make it 4 goals to 0. Gareth Bale could do that exactly. Clever, smart. That's what he's been all about. David Martinez, you will be the UEFA Champions League Challenge winner.
Take a bow. What a performance.
You had to sum up the performance from him across the 2 games, Richard. How would you describe it?
I think I said this earlier to describe his semi-final. Just professional. Mature. He's been clinical when he's gone forward. He's looked really, really dangerous in the offensive third. Defensively, he's been outstanding, and he's scoring goals like that.
5-0. Hazard. We've not seen enough of him in the real world of football. In the virtual pitch, we've seen him all night long. Performance to be proud of, a PlayStation 5 and €500 coming your way. By God, he's deserved it. And what have we got to say, Richard? It's a Real Madrid triple win. Middle East, South America and in Europe. On a head-to-head 90 rated game mode, it is the Spanish side that have come out every single final.
Yeah, clean sweep for Real Madrid. And is this a premonition of what's to come tonight? We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure there's Liverpool fans out there not very happy that I've just said that, but what an incredible performance, and arguably the best performance till last for Europe. David Martinez, a lot of the games were tight and tightly contested. He has blown him out the water in this final game.
No, really has. Been nothing more than a consolation now, regardless of it. Still will walk away with €500. Will Justin. Credit where it's due for that game he gave us in his semi-finals, where he was 2-0 down. He bounced back, then one on the penalty shootout and had ice in his veins from the spot. As we said, we leave today with 3 different winners. One from Argentina, one from Oman, and one from Spain. It's been an action-packed day of FIFA 22 in our UEFA Champions League Challenge. Thousands signed up, and a handful have become champions. We'll be moving to the next generation of gaming alongside picking up some serious cash as well. Added time of just 2 minutes, but probably our biggest blowout we've seen in terms of a European result. That's the full-time whistle. Congratulations to David Martinez at 16, has just won the UEFA Champions League Challenge. Hat-trick hero, Eden Hazard.
What a performance. What a performance from David Martinez. Saved his best performance till last. I'm running out of superlatives to describe that win. 5-0 in a game that you should be nervous in a game that you should feel a little bit shaky in, because you can wrap up the series right there. Looked so cool, calm, composed under pressure. Just a really, really good performance. Great performance.
Yeah, massive performance from him as well. Well, let's have a look back at the highlights, Richard, for the final time today of what was his recipe to success. And this was it overall. It was all about a positive start. And that man there, Eden Hazard.
Yeah, Eden Hazard was at the heart of everything David did. What a save that is, by the way, from Courtois to tip it onto the post. Kept the game at 1-0. Mo Salah with a great strike. Eder Militao, right place, right time. Could have been 2-1 at half-time. Look at this pass, Valverde, over the top. Hazard takes a touch in his stride and smashes it past Alisson, and that's where Liverpool started to feel the pressure, because it was one-way, rampant traffic. Vinicius Jr. getting on the back of the cutback with only 30 minutes left to play. He is dancing, he knows it's game over. Gareth Bale went through on goal with 15 minutes left to play. Slid it into Vinny Jr., who did make it 4, and a 5th quickly followed to wrap up a 5-1 victory for Dave Martinez.
And there we have it. That's your journey. That's your bracket here in the UEFA Champions League Challenge Finals in Europe. It will be David Martinez that takes the series by 2 games. Didn't need a best of 3 in the end, and a deserved champion. Commiserations to Justin, will still get €500, and to Demens and Nefab27, they both pick up €250 of PSN credits that they can use in-game. And no doubt, an experience to be on the broadcast today, an experience to be in the top 4 here of the tournament. Again, there is a lot more on the way, Richard, isn't there, from other PlayStation tournaments that will be coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah, there certainly is. The Madden 22 Summer Scrimmage is happening on June the 4th, next weekend, 6 p.m. Pacific, if you want to get involved with all the action right there. Apex Legends Master Circuit Season 1 is on June the 7th at 9 a.m. Pacific, and Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate, the FGC Arcade Summer Community Series, is the 10th of June, 9 a.m. Pacific. Make sure you keep tuned. Compete.playstation.com to sign up and get involved in all of the tournaments, not only on the screen, but also all the other FIFA engagement, including the FIFA 22 Plus Challenge, which is available right now to sign up on. Compete.playstation.com. Sign up, link your accounts, and you can be here the next time we are here on twitch.tv/PlayStation.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, compete.playstation.com. Get yourselves involved today. If you've enjoyed anything you've seen today, then sign up, have a go, and let's see who can come out on top across a number of daily, weekly and monthly tournaments. Rich, it's been an absolute pleasure. We were in Sweden yesterday commentating on the E-Champions League. We've commentated on the Fan Cups. We've had the Champions League Challenge. I mean, we've done all the Champions League promo we can do before tonight. It's not long away now. The Champions League final is upon us tonight, and I'm so excited for it.
I'm going to order some food, I'm going to get my feet up, and I'm going to watch two of the best sides in world football battle it out to lift the most prestigious trophy in club football. Cannot wait.
Yeah, I want to say a massive thank you to all of our competitors, by the way, that have signed up, even in tournaments outside of these regions. North America, for example, Oceania have been superb on the build-up here. A massive thank you to PlayStation, all the people working behind the scenes to make this happen. This is a remote broadcast. We're in England. We've commentated over Middle East, South America, Europe today. We've done it all right? And it would be possible without that amazing team. To PlayStation, to EA Sports, to UEFA, thank you for backing this initiative. From myself, Brandon Smith, and that man, Richard Buckley, enjoy the Champions League final. A massive congratulations to our winners. And until next time, we'll catch you soon. Good night. Bye-bye.
PlayStation